All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, you may call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is file KSC BC 2020-06. The Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Kresnici.
I note that the accused are all present in court today. Before the witness is brought in, there are two issues that the panel will deal with. First, the panel will issue two oral orders. This first is an oral order on the joint defense request for assurance of the protection of legal privilege. On 17 June 2024, the Thaçi, Veseli, Selimi, and Kresnici defense filed simultaneously before this panel and before the single judge the joint defense request for assurance of the protection of legal privilege. The filing was given number F02384. The Specialist Prosecutor's Office responded on 28 June 2024, and no reply was filed by the defense. On 16 July 2024, the single judge issued the decision on defense requests for assurance of protection of legal privilege. The panel also notes that in her 16 July 2024 decision, the single judge 1. Confirmed that there has been no monitoring of privileged communications in any shape or form, in-person visits, telecommunications, written communications, and exchange of documentary evidence between the accused and their respective counsel at the detention facilities, and 2. Assured the defense that no further orders or decisions exist relating to the monitoring of communications in any form of the accused at the detention facilities of which they have not been apprised. Furthermore, the panel notes that in F02417, the SPO confirmed that it has not intercepted communications protected under Rules 31.3 and 111, paragraph 1. It is apparent from these that the defense has received from the competent bodies the information which it was entitled to receive in the circumstances. The panel further notes that there is no legal basis requiring the panel to provide any further assurance sought by the defense, and the panel may refuse to provide any such assurance if sought again. In the exercise of its discretion, the panel will only indicate that it has made no order authorizing the monitoring of privileged communications between the accused and their respective counsel at the detention facilities. This includes the panel's first oral order. Now, oral order regarding W03871. On 19 August 2024, during W03871's testimony, one page U003-1515-U003-1515 from a larger document of U003-1450 to U003-1530 was admitted as an associate exhibit P01545. Later the same day, the SPO showed further pages from the larger document to the witness, after which the entire document was admitted as P01548. As P01545 is contained within P01548, the panel orders that P01545 be vacated. This concludes the panel's second order. Finally, I would like to inform all parties that later today, CMU will release the panel's calendar of trial sitting days from January until 1st of May 2025. We will now start hearing the evidence of the prosecution, witness 4651. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in.
Your Honor,
Yes.
if I may just introduce counsel appearing for the first time. If I may introduce co-counsel appearing for the first time, Dato Shamla Alagendra. Thank you.
Good morning, witness. The court usher will now provide you with the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to our Rule 141, Paragraph 2. You may look at the document and then please read it aloud.
Good morning. Solemn declaration. Rule 141. Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
So you may be seated. Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately a day and a half. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first, and then the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel might also ask questions of you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is approximately 2 hours. The defense estimates that it will need close to 5.5 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question, or tell them you don't understand and they will attempt to clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statement, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphones and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know immediately. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take a break, please let us know and we will do our best to accommodate you. We begin now with the direct examination by the Special Prosecutor's Office. They're seated to your left. Please give them your attention. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honors. Good morning, witness.
Good morning.
My name is Silvia D'Ascoli, and I'm one of the prosecutors with the Specialist Prosecutor's Office, and I will be asking you questions today. The presiding judge has already given you guidance about your testimony today. I will just add that I'm aware from the preparation session that you understand some English. Therefore, it is important that you wait until you receive the full translations in your headset so to make sure that you have fully understood my questions, and also so to give the interpreters the time needed to interpret our questions and answers. Okay? I will start by taking your details for the record. Can you please state your name and surname?
I am Skender Jitia,
Your date of birth, please.
born on the 4th of April 1964,
Your place of birth, please.
village of Luga, municipality of Podjevo,
Employment.
senior scientific advisor in Pristina.
That is at the Institute of History, correct?
Correct, Institute of History in Pristina.
Witness, I will now move to the procedural steps that are necessary in order to tender into evidence your declaration, the one that you gave to this office in the past. Can I please call up ERN 077803 TRET Part 1 Red and the corresponding Albanian TR80 Part 1 Red? And I will just need the first page on the screen. Thank you. Witness, do you recall being interviewed by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office, SPO for brevity, of this court?
Yes, I do.
Do you now see the transcript of that interview on the screens?
Yes, I do.
The interview consists of 3 parts. Did you review the full transcript of this interview during the preparation session?
Yes, I did.
When rereading that statement, were you given an opportunity to make corrections and clarifications?
Yes, I was.
Were those corrections and clarifications reflected in a written note that was read back to you at the end of the preparation session?
Yes, they were. That's correct.
Confirm that that note reflected your corrections and clarifications fully and accurately?
Yes, that's correct.
The ERN of the preparation note 1 is 12/19/27 to 12/19/33 read. Witness, subject to the corrections and clarifications set out in the preparation note, does your written statement, your declaration, accurately reflect what you said and what you would say again if you were asked the same questions in court today?
That's correct.
Your Honors, having fulfilled the Rule 154 criteria in accordance with Decision F2117, the SPO tenders the English and Albanian transcripts of the proposed Rule 154 statement, along with the associated exhibits and preparation note 1. And I will give the relevant ERNs for the record. The rule.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
No, Your Honor.
ERN 077803 TRET Part 1 RED plus the Albanian translation and Prep Note 1, which is 121927 to 121933 RED, and the associated exhibits are all admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors. May I just specify the classification, which can be public?
Yes.
And also the SPO interview consists of 3 parts, and therefore also Part 2 and Part 3 would be tendered and into the record.
All parts, as indicated, are admitted. We can assign the numbers when you're ready, or you can use a written document if you'd rather, Madam Court Officer.
I'd rather do it now, Your Honors,
Go ahead.
if that's the choice. Thank you. The statement with the 3 parts with ERN 0077803. Part 1 will be assigned the now vacated number. That would be P01545.1. Part 2 of the same ERN with the Albanian translation will be P01545.2. And Part 3 will be Exhibit P01545.4. The preparation note 1 with ERN 121927 to 121933 RAD will be assigned Exhibit P1551. And then, Your Honors, the associate exhibit as listed in footnote 122 of the Rule 154 decision, which is filing F2117, will be assigned numbers as follows. Associate Exhibit 077779 to 077803 will be assigned Exhibit number P1552. And then the pages that were additionally tendered to be added to the already existing Exhibit P187, which is the book for this witness, will be added, and the pages are as listed in the same footnote, footnote 122. And I think that's it. Thank you, Ernest.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Your Honors, the SPO sent via email a summary of the witness Rule 154 statement on 28 June 2024. I would read that on the record for the public with your leave.
Your leave is given to read the statement.
Thank you. Skender Gitia is a former KLA member from the LAP operational zone. He joined the KLA in May 1998. His initial role was to mobilize civilians, and he contributed to the establishment of a unit, Kestella 33, K33, of which he was the commander, and which was under KLA Brigade 151 Zahir Payaziti. Gitia remained in his role until late June 1999, and after the war, he continued to perform various duties in the TMK Kosovo Protection Corps 5th Zone. Skender Gitia is currently a senior scientific associate at the Institute of History Ali Hadri in Pristina, and is the author of the book The KLA, LAP Operational Zone, a military history book about the KLA in that zone, published in 2008. As part of his evidence, he explains the methodology followed and the sources used in writing his book, which include the literature, diaries, and interviews with KLA commanders and fighters of the LAP zone. And that concludes the summary, Your Honors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I proceed, can I just clarify with the court officer that Part 3 is indeed a P01545.3 rather than 0.4, as it was mentioned on the record?
Yeah, I might have misspoken. It should be P1545.3. Thank you.
Of course, thanks. Witness, your prior statement has been admitted into evidence, so I will not ask you again about the matters addressed in that statement, but I will have some additional questions for you on various matters including documents that were shown to you during the preparation session. I would like to start with a few questions on the KLA unit which you commanded from about October 1998, the unit called Kestiella 33. You gave evidence about this unit in part 1 of your SPO interview, now P1545.1, page 15, lines 8 to 14 for reference. You said this unit initially consisted of about 12 to 14 members and that later on it expanded to 4 squads under your command for a total of about 40 soldiers. You remember that? I just summarized the evidence you gave in the SPO interview.
Yes, I do recall it.
I want to direct your attention to the parts of the book that discuss your unit. Can I please have on the screens the witness book, which is ERN SPOE 000-55678 to 000-56018, and the related ET for the English. And for the court officers and your honors, I will be using the original set of the book, not P187, because I will be adding to what is in evidence already. So I will be making sure to specify on the record what is already in evidence and what I'm tendering in addition to that. Thank you. So can we first go to page 172, which is in both languages, which is SPOE 000-55846. And for example, this is one of the 21 pages that has just been admitted today and added to P187 as part of the Rule 154 associated exhibits. Now, if we can please zoom in on the last part of the page 172 of the book, not of the PDF. So that's SPOE ends with the 846, 55846, the ERN number. Yes, that's correct page in both languages. Yes. Witness, I read from the very last paragraph of the page. You report that Skender Gitia was commanding in Luga, and then there are a number of other commanders mentioned for other zone, for other areas. So Skender Gitia commanding in Lugas, this refers to you being in command of K33 in Luga?
Yes.
We now move to page 224 of the book, SPOE 000-55898. In both languages, please, and this is also one of the 21 pages that has just been admitted and added to P187. Witness, if you look at the top part of the page, there is a description of tasks of the K33 unit. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
What time did your unit perform those tasks, those discussed in this part?
Sometime from the mid-January up until the 15th or 20th of March, more or less. Correct.
Witness, please look at the other units that are also discussed on the same page. These are K28, with Commander Shaib Aziri and K26 with Commander Kadri Avdiyu. Did you cooperate with those units in your capacity as commander of K33?
I did not have any contacts until April, not any direct contacts with K28. However, with the K26, I did happen to have contacts with them from time to time, mostly through radio communication.
About April, again, I take it as April 1999, correct?
That's correct, April 1999.
Did you interview those two commanders, Shaib Aziri and Kadri Avdiyu, for the purposes of the book?
As to my recollection, yes, I did.
Yes, indeed, their names can be found in the section of your book on sources and literature, which lists the KLA commanders and fighters that you interviewed. And for reference, that is at pages 311 and 313 of the book, marked with ERN SPOE 00055 985 and 55987. Now, is the information on this page, 224 of the book, based on your experience as K33 commander?
Yes, based on my experience and my tasks during the war.
And is the information on this page, for what concerns the other two units, based on the interviews with the commanders of those two units, K28 and K26?
Certainly, yes. It's based on the interviews.
Now, more in general, with regard to what you discuss, what you recount about the K33 and its movements or activities, now whether it is on this page or in other parts of the book, on what did you base that account?
If you refer to K33 only, then I base this on my duties and responsibilities during the war. If you're referring to other units, then that would be based in interviews and conversations I had with my fellow fighters. If I'm allowed, I would clarify further in relation to the interviews.
Was specifically with regard to K33, but indeed your clarification is helpful. Now, there are several other references across your book to your unit, K33, and various activities of operations to which your unit participated. Now, I would like to go through them with you. In order to proceed expeditiously, I'm going to call up the relevant pages of the book and ask you whether you confirm the content that I will be highlighting. Can we move to page 256? This is SPOE 000-55930 in both languages, please. This is not part of P187. So this is, witness, this is a section about the events in the LAP zone from 24 March 1999 until the 1st of May 1999. You looked at the headings, right? Okay.
Yes, I do.
In the pages of these sections, starting from 256, you describe that, introducing the issue here at page 256, that after the beginning of the NATO bombings, there were a number of Serbian offensives, right?
Yes, they were offensives aimed at evicting the civilian population from the lab operational zone. It's an operation based on the Operation Horseshoe that Serbia had planned, and which it started with the inception of the bombing of NATO. It started from the northern part, from the lab operational zone. So all units were mobilized in order to help the population which was being evicted from the most vulnerable areas. There is nothing else we need to add about the Horseshoe operation as such. However,
I will, whenever I need further explanations, I will let you know. But for the time being, that introduction is sufficient. So K33 went to the aid of other KLA units and also helped the displaced population, as you were mentioning, in certain areas. For example, Dumosh, Batlava, Balovs, Ladovs. And this is at page 256 and 257. Is that accurate?
yes, generally speaking, yes. However, the Castle 33 unit, which I commanded, went to help the population on 25th of March in the village of Shecher. If the interpreter did not hear the name correctly.
Let us know that they didn't hear the name of the village correctly. If you can repeat it for the record.
The village of Svechel.
Thank you. Can we please move now to page 258, SPOE 00055932. Witness, at the beginning of April 1999, yes, please have a look at this page, units of Brigade 151 were deployed in the area between Barileve and La Pasticcia. And your book indeed provides a list of those units and their location at these pages 258 and 259. Do you confirm that?
Yes, I do confirm.
If we go to page 260 now, SPOE 00055934. We see indicated that the Brigade 152 units were deployed in the area between La Pasticcia and Murgulla. And you describe this at pages 260, 261, right?
Based on the sources that I had access to at the time, yes, that's what it was like.
Page 261, please, and this is SPOE 00055935. Now we read on this page that K33, under your command, moved to the village of Halabak at the beginning of April, 3-4 April, as reported in this page.
On April 3rd, we moved to Halabak at the unit of K26, which was commanded by Kadri Avdiu.
And did you mean that Halabak, meaning that was the territory of Unit K26, right?
It used to be earlier. We went there and joined the units of Castle 26.
Okay, page 266 now, SPOE 00055940. Witness on 7 April 1999, a Serbian offensive started in the Golak area. This offensive and its follow-ups are here at pages 266 up to 269. Do you recall those events as described in your book in this section?
I cannot remember them all one by one if I were to read them. However, yes, because all the information there has been based on the sources that I made use of.
Can you briefly tell us what your unit's role was in Alabak in that period, April 1999?
We were in the period when we were reconnoitering the terrain, and alongside K26, that's what we were doing. We were seizing ourselves of the situation. Some of us moved towards the village of Luga in order to ascertain what the situation was like amongst the civilian population and whether there were wounded or killed amongst them. So, as far as our role within the offensive of the 7th of April, we did not have anything in particular to do.
Next page, 271, please. That's SPOE 00055945. Now, this page, witness, and the next two, 272, 273, discuss the offensive of 18 April 1999 that you start describing at page 270. You recall that offensive, 18 April 1999?
Yes, I do recall it.
Now, you discussed that your unit, K33, by then, by the 18th of April 1999, had taken position in Alabak. Is that correct? Is that accurate?
Yes, that's where we were, in Alabak.
Participate to the fighting that took place from 18 April onwards around the villages of Ternove, Alabak, Sharban, and College, as discussed in these pages?
Yes, he did take part.
Okay. Page 285 now, SPOE 00055959, again in both languages, please. Witness, I read from the end of this page that in the evening of 8 May 1999, you and other fighters escorted a column of soldiers and young people leaving the village of Dus. Do you remember that? Is that accurate, what I've summarized?
Yes, it is accurate. I do remember it.
Next page, 286, SPOE 00055960. Now, witness, in these pages, if you recall, from 286 until 291, following the April battles, you then describe the events of the first half of May in the LAP zone, May 1999, including how units of the LAP zone eventually withdrew from frontal fighting. Do you recall that?
Paul McQueen.
Yes, I do.
Did your unit remain in Halabak in May 1999?
Paul?
Yes.
293. Until when did you remain in Halabak?
Med data sagt nog.
I can't recall the exact date, but towards the middle of June, 15th at the latest, when we withdrew towards the village of Luga. And I mean June 1999. I can't recall the exact date. I could be making a mistake.
Fine, just a period of time will suffice. Now, pages 291 to 293 are devoted to the period 15 May to 19 June 1999. Did your unit contribute soldiers to the KLA's 5th Guard Battalion in that period?
Nog bij goed repeat.
I do not understand the question.
Atanipo. Paul.
Yes, I do understand it now. Yes, there were members from my unit who served with the Guard Battalion of the LAP operational zone, yes.
At page 291, SPOE 00055 965, you specify that the 5th Guard Battalion was mainly composed of the most distinguished fighters from KLA Brigade 151, correct?
Monsieur Paul?
I believe so.
My question was whether also your unit Criteria 3 contributed to that, but you clarified that that was the case. So that was the extent of my question. Now, with regard, as we are in June 1999, witness, were you ever authorized to form a civilian government in Luga in this specific period in June 1999?
Joas neer.
No, never.
In any other period of time?
Ja.
No. Do I need to clarify further?
For my purposes. Your Honors, the SPO tenders at this stage the sections of the book discussed so far. Those are pages 256 to 264. There is SPOE 00055 to 55938. And within this section, I note that page 261 is part of the 21 pages submitted today. Then the next section is pages 265 to 273, SPOE 00055 to 55947. No pages already omitted within this section. And the final section consists of pages 285 to 293. There is SPOE 00055 to 55967. Within this range, I note that page 286, SPOE 00055 960, is the only page already included in the P187 as a part of the associated exhibit submitted today. So we would request that this section be added to P186 again with the classification public.
Any objection?
Your Honor. No, do you want to?
That section will be added to P186.
P187, I must have misspoken.
I'm sorry, 187? All right.
Sorry, I misspoke.
Thank you, Your Honor.
For the record, to P187.
Thank you. Witness, did you recently publish a second edition of your book, The KLA Lab Operational Zone?
Nderuar prokurore, po e
Honorable Prosecutor, yes, I did republish it in the year 2023 with no changes. The reason for the new edition is that there are counsel and prosecutors from these chambers who extracted words and phrases from my book which convey the wrong opinion before the public.
So that was a yes or no answer. You said yes. I understand that you said the second edition is exactly the same as the first. Is that correct?
zonja prokurore për mua.
Madam Prosecutor, it is very significant for me to underline this here.
Witness, I would just ask for the time being that you answer my questions. Thank you.
Your Honor, to be fair to the witness, that's not what is recorded on the transcript.
Let's start by you just answering her first question, and then if more information is needed, or if you need to add something later, you will be able to. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honors. So, witness, my first question was whether you recently published the second edition of your book. So you said, yes, I republished it in the year 2023 with no changes. Is that accurate?
Yes, it was republished.
So that was in 2023, and it was republished with no changes. Is that accurate?
Po e sakt.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and however, having seen the second edition, I understand that this second edition is in color, so that is the one difference between the first and the second, right?
Përgatitja ka qenë e njëjtë.
The preparation was the same. The typing of it depended on the institution that published it. It was the Institute of History, and there were no changes.
Thank you. I've asked a question because I will be tendering some color pages from this second edition. So that was the extent of my question. Okay. Now, can I please have on the screen page 31 of the book in both languages, and that's SPOE 000555705. This is one of the pages in evidence as part of P187. Now we have the page on the screen. You can see it, right, witness?
Unë kam përpara një
I do have something in front of me, but I don't know what in particular you want me to focus on.
My question is coming up. We are at page 31. In the last part of this page, if you can see the list, maybe we can scroll down on the Albanian, please, so that the bottom part. Thank you. Perfect. Witness, in the last part of this page, you list the calling codes assigned to the KLA commanders of the LAP zone. So we see calling code Dardania 100 for the zone commander Rustem Mustafa, calling code Dardania 101 for the deputy commander Kadri Castrati, calling code 102 for the chief of staff Leka. Do you see that? And so Leka is the nickname of Mr. Nureddin Ibishi, correct?
po,
Yes.
Now, if you look at footnote 9 on this page 31, is the source of your information for this part, for the calling codes, the document referenced in footnote 9, I take it, right?
po,
Yes.
By looking at the reference AZ5MTMK. Can you explain that?
It is the archives of the 5th Defense Zone, Kosovo Protection Corps, the KLA dossier, the General Staff of the KLA, with no number and dated the 10th of November 1998.
So you consulted this KLA General Staff document dated 10 November 1999 at the archives of the TMK Zone 5, correct?
po,
Yes. If I recall correctly, yes.
The list continues on to the next page, 32. If we can move to the next page, please. SPOE 00055-706. And for the record, this is also part of P187. The list continues with the code Dardania 105 assigned to Mohamed Latifi, Civilian Defense Commander. And then, etc. There are a number of other codes listed. Witness, as a KLA soldier in the LAP zone, did you use any of the Dardania communication codes yourself?
po, gjatë
Yes. At the time, I communicated with Mohamed Latifi, Dardania 105, mostly.
për tjerë kanë mujtë më thirë, po së më kujtë.
Others could have called me, and I cannot recall. However, I was in constant communications with Latifi.
Okay, so mostly the code Dardania 105, you said.
Po,
Yes.
You referenced this document of 10 November 1998 also in the following pages when referring to other brigades and to the calling codes of other units. For example, if we move to page 35, footnote 13, the RN of the page is SPOE 00055-709. We need to have the footnote visible, footnote 13, in both languages. Thank you. Witness, have a look at the footnotes. It can be zoomed in so that the text is larger. Is that the same document? Here it says no date. I believe the previous footnotes said no number. Did you mean no number instead of no date?
Io capo sicuro.
No, it did not have a protocol number. That's what they mean to say.
My mentor.
I can't recall exactly at this point, however.
There was no number, no protocol number. Now, on this page, you use the document to reference the code name of Brigade 151, and that was Ulpiana, correct?
Po, brigada 105.
Yes, Brigade 151 had the calling code Ulpiana.
Soldier as a KLA soldier of Unit K33 of the LAP zone, were you familiar with this code during the war, with Ulpiana? And did you use it yourself?
Po, comprador.
Yes, I did use it. We were closer to Brigade 151 and we communicated with the commander of Brigade 151.
Let's move to page 37, SPOE 000-55711. So, for example, here we have a photo that would appear in color in the second edition of your book, correct?
Po.
Yes.
Look at footnote 17. We need to move the page down, thank you, in both languages. Yeah. So footnote 17, again, is this the same KLA document dated 10 November 1998 that we were just discussing?
Po, esatto.
Yes, that's right.
Page 38. If we can move to the next page, is POE 000-55712, and this is at footnote 20. That's the same document, correct? And please answer.
Po, po.
Yes.
Yes.
You cite the document to refer to the code names of also Brigade 152, which was Castle, and the Brigade 153, Buna.
Postos.
Yes, that's right.
Can we move to page 176 of the book, SPOE 000-55850? Your Honor, I noted the time, so I'll finish with this document and then we can go for the break. So page 176 of the book in both languages, please. Witness, is this the document that we just discussed, the document you consulted at the archives, referenced in the pages and footnotes that we were just discussing?
Po, për këtë dokument.
Yes, this is the one.
And again, this document would be in color in the second edition of the book. We took a copy which is marked with ERN 12/1961.
Po.
Yes.
I also note for the record that we do have another version of the 10 November 1998 document which is in evidence as P1417. Your Honors, the SPO tenders at this stage pages 34 to 38. There is SPOE 00055708 to 00055712, and I note that page 36, SPOE 00055710 is part of the 21 pages added today to P187 as part of the Rule 154 associated exhibits. The SPO also tenders page 176 of the book, SPOE 00055850, to be added to P187, please, and classification can be public.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
SPOE 00055708, except for 5571, I'm sorry, 255712, except as to page 176, is that correct?
Except for page 36, SPOE
Oh, 36. I'm sorry.
00055710.
Okay. And then P170, page 176, which is SPOE 00055850, is also admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And they will be added to 187, yeah. P187. Correct?
Thank you. And I also tender the color copies of pages 36 and 37 of the book, which are marked with the ERN 121950 and 121951, plus the color copy of this document, page 176 that we still have on the screen, which is marked in the color copy with the ERN 121961. A classification can be public for all of them, and I would please ask the court officer to assign to this set of color copies an exhibit number related to P187, so to maintain the connection, 187.1 or something like that. Thank you.
Without objection, the colored documents or copies will be substituted.
Your Honor, those pages will be assigned Exhibit P 187.1. Thank you.
Witness, we'll take a short break at this time, about 10 minutes. You can go with the court usher to leave the room, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. You may. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, you may bring the witness in. How many more minutes, Madam Prosecutor?
Your Honors, for sure I will take until 11.
Witness, we will continue with the questions from the prosecutor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honors. Can we please have page 247 of the witness book? That is SPOE 00055921. I need for now only the Albanian version, please. I want to call up next to this page the better copy from the second edition, which is marked with ERN 12/1975. If we can please zoom in a little bit so that the document is enlarged. Witness, we see the same document on both pages, right? Can you tell us what the document is?
Po, ky është
Yes, this is a document with the codes of the units in the lab operative zone. So that of the brigade and of the Command and 2 Brigade, 151 and 152.
What is the date of the document?
nëse po shoh mirë 21
If I'm seeing it correctly, 21st of April 1999.
If we can scroll down also to have the signature block visible in both languages, well, in both copies, thank you.
për zavendës komandantin e pas
On behalf of the Deputy Commander, this is accurate. It seems to be Leka. That does not mean I recognize the signature, but it reads Leka.
Maybe she, right?
po,
Correct.
Document reflect the codes that you were using in that period, April 1999 as a KLA soldier.
po,
Yes?
The last line in the first column of the document lists Luga K33. Do you see that? If we can zoom in a bit, please.
ja me zvoglu pak.
Zoom out probably because I can't see the entire page if you zoom in.
Last line in the document, in the calling codes listed in this document. There's on the first column, the last line says Luga K33.
Po, sakt.
Yes, that's correct.
I also see a Skenda in the middle. Would that be you?
Ku është Luga,
Yes, whenever it reads Luga, Skanda, that would be me.
You consulted also this document at the archives of the TMK Zone 5, as the description indicates, correct?
po,
Correct.
Then there's also this page 247 of the book, SPOE 00055921, to be added to P187 also as a public document, please. And we tender also the corresponding color copy, ERN 12/1975 as public, to be added to P187.1, please.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
SPOE 00055921. including the better copy, which is ERN 1211975, is admitted and added to P187.
I will now move to a different document. Can I please call up SITF 000242163 to 00242296, and for now I would only need the Albanian version, please. First page. Witness, you can see on the screen the cover page of a diary. If we move to the next page, please. You can see this shows the calendar for year 1999. Now to page 5, please, on which I have questions. SITF 00242167, page 5 of the PDF. Witness, did you ever see this diary before? And I mean other than during the preparation session when this document was shown to you?
Jo, nuk e kam parë.
No, I hadn't seen it before.
Can you please look at the numbers on the right-hand side of the screen? The numbers listed for Remi, Daya, Leka, Lata. We should have the document scrolled up a bit so that, yeah, is the column indicated with Dardania. Do you see the do you see the numbers I was referring to?
Yes, I do.
Do these numbers correspond to the communication codes assigned to the LAP zone command that we also discussed earlier in relation to the KLA document dated 10 November 1998?
Po korrespondon?
Yes, they do correspond.
What about the numbers under the code Keshtalia, just under the column Dardania? Are you familiar with those numbers?
Si numra nuk I njoh se s'kena.
I don't know them as numbers because we did not use them to communicate during the war. I can't remember them. But the names, Profa and Azizi, yes, the others I don't know them. Perhaps I do know them, but based on the pseudonyms, I don't.
So Profa 20, are you familiar with this code?
Po.
Yes, I am.
Profa ka qenë komandanti.
Profa was the commander of Brigade 152, Shaban Shala.
Said you're also familiar with the Azizi, number 30. Can we scroll down a little bit? Yes, thank you.
Po, Azizin, po.
Yes, Azizi, yes, I know him.
Mas lufte,
I knew him after the war. We worked together with the Kosovo Security Force for a while. I don't have any further information about him.
Do you know what role he had during the war in the KLA, if any?
gjatë luftës nuk e.
I did not know about him during the war. However, during the preparation of my book, I understood what his duties were.
You understood about those duties? What role did he have, if you learned that?
Po gjasudimet e ku kuptu
During my research, I understood that he had been appointed somewhere. I don't know exactly where, but it is in my book when he was appointed Deputy Commander of Brigade 152, sorry.
Okay. What about, there's also Luga 33 in the same column, three names down from Azizi. Would that be you, your unit?
Po,
Yes, I think so. Luga 33, yes. About Orlan, I understood after the war that it was a different unit, but Lava, yes, we cooperated with that unit during the war.
The last name on the list, correct?
po sagt.
Yes, correct.
Scroll up, and I want to look at the first page, meaning the page on the left-hand side, under Ulpiana. So that's 20 Luta. Are you familiar with that name and code as well?
Po,
Yes, I had the honor to have him as my commander, Commander Luta. And I had a very good communication and very professional with him.
po, është fjala për
Correct, that's Idris Shabani.
jo komandanti i brigadës 151.
No, he was the commander of Brigade 151.
That's what I said. Okay. Can we now move to page 25 of the PDF? This time in both languages, so if the ET can also be brought up. It's the same ERN with just ET at the end. And the ERN of page 25 of the PDF is SITF 00242187. Witness, while the document is now on the screen, you can see that. Maybe we can zoom in on the entry in the original diary. Witness, do you recognize this handwriting?
Jo, nuk e njoh.
No, I don't.
On this page, we have an entry dated Wednesday, 31st of March, 1999. Are you able to scroll through the entry yourself, as I have a couple of questions?
Po e shoh.
Yes, I can see it.
So here there are references to the population leaving the villages of Surkish, Balovs, Ladovs, and Svechel on that period, the 31st of March, 1999. First of all, can you tell us what the word shki means? It's in the first part of the entry.
Veç pak se nuk muj me.
Just a second, because I'm not able to read it.
Është një shprehje
It's an expression, pejorative one, used to refer to Serbian forces at the time. And it is still used. Whoever wrote that on that page used this word.
Your unit, we see references to these villages that I mentioned. Did your unit K33 go to those areas in that period, end of March 1999?
Ja, nu förstår du Turkish att amma här
No, we said that it went to the village of Turkish earlier on the 25th of March upon the order of the commander, where Castle 32 was operating there. And under his orders, we were involved in the evacuation of the civilians from this village and the surrounding villages.
You said you helped the population flee those villages, correct? In
Ja,
that period.
Correct. And anything else asked for by the commander of Castle 32.
Now, the next entry, we have it on the same page in the English, but for the Albanian, I would ask the court officer to move slightly to the right. Thank you. The next entry describes 1st April 1999, describes efforts to return the population to their homes. Did K33 also participate in those efforts to return the population, the local population, to their houses where possible?
Ja, no,
No, we did not operate in this village. At this time, on the 1st of April, we returned to the village as ordered by the commander in order to monitor the situation. So on the 1st of April, we returned to the village of Luga. We were not in the village of Lados at this time. We were never there.
The K33 was in the village of Ladovce. I meant within that area, did K33 help the local population to return to their villages? You can clarify with villages, of course, if you remember. We discussed these events also already earlier in the pages of your book.
Yes, until the 31st late hours, we were in the region, after which date we returned to Luga. And of course, during our stay there, we helped these civilians, together with other units, to find them shelter, safe spaces.
In the next page, 26, we have references to the village of Luga with regard to K33. Can we please move to the next page? And this is SITF 00242188 in both languages. If we can zoom in on the Albanian so that the witness can have a look. So in some witness, the events discussed in these pages, I wanted to ask you whether they refer to what we discussed earlier when we were speaking about the position and the activities of your unit K33 in Luga, surrounding villages after the NATO bombing, and in these days of April 1999.
If I understood your question correctly, I repeat, from the 25th of March, with the beginning of the NATO bombing, K33 unit took part in several operations to rescue or cover for the civilians who were fleeing as a result of the offensive undertaken by the Serb military and police. In Svrkish, we stayed until the 31st of March, and then in the early hours of the 1st of April, we returned to Luga, where we stayed until the 2nd of April, 1999, when we came under Serbian military and police attack. And on the 2nd of April in the evening, we withdrew and moved to Halabak at K26 unit on the morning of the 3rd of April.
There's a reference to K26 in Halabak at page 36 of this diary that I wanted to show you. If we can move to ERN page SITF 00242198. It is an entry dated Saturday, 17 April 1999. And the part that I wanted to ask you about, this entry is in fact what you just told us about. There is the K26 having a base in Halabak. For you, this reference is on the left-hand side of the page on the screen. If we can please scroll down. Thank you. There's a red line, witness, do you see that? And just above that, there's a reference, and the lines I want to read are the following. I consulted with Aziz. He said that I should take soldiers and go to Sharban and to K26. And then later says some villagers told us that K26 already had a base in Halabak. So we discussed this earlier when reading the relevant pages of your book.
Me thonë drejtën nuk po e kuptoj pyetjen.
To be honest, I don't understand the question. Do you want to ascertain that there was a base for K26 there, or what?
Discussed in these pages are those that you also recount in your book with regard to the events of that period.
Po pjesërisht po.
Yes, partially, yes.
Okay. Then the last page, page 37 of the PDF in both languages, ERN SITF 00242199. This is an entry dated 18 April 1999, and there's a paragraph that mentions K33. So I will read some part. You can follow from the Albanian text, also just listen to the translation. So the population began to leave from Ternave and went in the direction of college and from there to Duz. It wasn't a good situation. So K27 had gone out. Then a bit further down, Aziz, K26, and I went to the top of a big hill in Halabak, followed the situation from there. The population was leaving quickly, and the enemy undertook furious assaults. Later on, then I think in the Albanian, the page needs to be moved. Yes, thank you. Aziz took some of the soldiers of K36 and positioned them in a wood above Halabak. So do you recall those events of the 18th of April 1999, and are those similar to those?
Yes, I do recall them.
Is that consistent for what, according to your recollection, with what is in these entries?
Witness, you have to wait till the question is asked before you answer it.
Yes, so you said you recall the events of the day, the 18th of April 1999, and as having participated. Does the description in these entries for those days reflect what you remember, what happened according to your recollection?
I repeat, in part, yes, but I'm not able to know how Aziz positioned or deployed the units, all of them. But yes.
Before, did you know, do you remember his full name? That you said you learned it after the war?
Por um momento sou kujtohet.
I can't recall it right now. I think it's Hussein. Yes, his family name is Husseini. Aziz Husseini.
Okay. Your Honors, I noted that this item is part of the document standard by the SPO in filing F2178, the bar table motion on the lapse zone documents. Having used it with the witness, I would ask that it be marked for identification.
Please mark it for identification.
Your Honor, just for clarification, should I mark the entire range SITF 00242163 to 00242296, or only the pages used today?
The whole item is standard in the bar table. So it would be easier, the whole item, with the specification of the pages used.
Your Honor, I would prefer that only the page tendered to the witness be marked for identification. On our side, we observe that there is a lack of foundation for its submissions through this witness, since he said he never saw it and did not recognize the handwriting. Thanks.
Yes, Your Honor, I did not tender the exhibit at this stage.
Not tendered, it's just marked for identification. We'll mark the entire group for modification as listed by the court officer.
Your Honor, in that case, SITF 00242163 to 00242296 will be assigned P01553, marked for identification.
Your Honour, in relation to admissibility for this exhibit, does the panel wish to hear submissions at this stage?
It hasn't been offered. It hasn't been offered, so
Would
no.
Your Honour wish for those to be reduced to writing in the bar table response? Would Your Honour wish for those submissions to be reduced to writing in the response to the bar table motion?
If you wish to respond to the bar table motion, yes, it would be in writing. Go ahead, Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honors. Can we call up again the witness book, SPOE 0005568 to 0005618 in both languages, and can we please have page 39? This is SPOE 000555713. If both pages can be scrolled down so to have the text visible, thank you. Witness, please look at this section, and just to re-familiarize yourself with it, is a part that discusses the sector of the civil defense. And you stated in your SPO interview, P1545.1, page 12 for reference, that at the beginning of your KLA service, that is starting from May 1998, you reported to Mohammed Latifi, the commander of the civil defense, and you helped with mobilizing and organizing people who wanted to join the KLA. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Starting from the 20th of May 98, when I joined the KLA, I gave my contribution and cooperated with Mohammed Latifi with the purpose of organizing the KLA in the operative zone of LAP.
Graph of page 39, you indicate that Mohammed Latifi for the civil defense, Salih Mustafa for the BIA unit, and Skender Murati for the health sector were part of the LAP zone staff structure, correct?
Po, është sakt?
Yes, that's correct.
Interview those three commanders for the purposes of your book.
Po, I kam intervistu.
Yes, I did. I conversed with them.
Yes, indeed, their names appear amongst those interviewed at pages, in the list at pages 312, 313. Did you use the interviews with Mohammed Latifi and Salih Mustafa specifically to write in your book about, respectively, the civil defense and the BIA unit?
Po, I kam përdor.
Yes, I used them. But if I'm allowed, I asked the floor earlier because I would like to clarify something in relation to these interviews.
Yes, please.
Sa I përket intervista,
With respect to the interviews, I've mentioned this in the preface of my book. This was a huge challenge during the preparation of my book. The interviews were relied upon when I did not have any primary source. I did not use a standard form or questionnaire when I conducted these interviews. These interviews were not signed by myself or my interlocutor or the person who was interviewed. They were not dated. I have indicated this in the foreword of my book in 2006-2007.
Indeed, all of the details about the interview, including the manners in which they were taken, the format, etc., they are summarized and discussed in the SPO interview that has been tendered, so that's part of the evidence, as well as in the preparation note, meaning the clarifications that you gave during the preparation session. So what you're saying is already part of the evidence, but thank you for reiterating that. So I'll go on with my questions. So you said you used these interviews, you gave those clarifications. Now, with regard to the civil defense, did you also base the information about the civil defense appearing in your book also on your experience as a KLA soldier working in that sector for the time you worked in that sector?
po,
Yes, certainly. During the preparation for my book, I used my wartime experience. I always used sources, references that were accessible to me at the time.
To the next page, page 40, SPOE 000-55714. And if you can please look at footnote 23. So this is an example of the way, for example, you cite or you use the interview with Mr. Salih Mustafa. This page discusses the BI unit, and in the first paragraph of this page, you say that the code name of the BI unit in the communication system was Thaçi, which means oak. And then you indicate as the source of that information in footnote 23, the interview that you had with Mr. Salih Mustafa in 2007. You confirm that?
po, e konfirmoj.
Yes, I do.
Remaining on this page, I have a question on the photo. So you see, if we go up within the page, please. Thank you. Also in the Albanian. Thanks. So you see the caption just below the photo. So I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, are the names in capital letters? There is Thaçi, well, in capital in the English, but I see in the Albanian is the same character. So Thaçi, Bafta, Kufa, Dardani. These are the nicknames of the people indicated in the photo, correct? That's what you...
Po?
Okay.
Yes.
Barigashi's nickname was Bafta, etc.
Po, kështu I kam njoft më.
This is what I learned after the war. So during my work, my research, I understood their nicknames used during the war. During the war, I did not have the opportunity to meet or to know them. This was after the war.
Work with or within the BI unit. Yes, that's clear. Thank you. Now, these pages also, I mean, I take it, of course, they appear in color in the second edition of the book, including the photo. I won't call up the documents for reference, but the ERN of those color copies 12/1952 to 12/1953. And, Your Honours, I would tender at this stage these remaining pages, which are part of the introduction of the book. There is pages 39 to 43, SPOE 00055 713 to 717, to be added to P187 as public, as well as the color copies of pages 39 and 40, which are marked with ERN 12/1952 to 12/1953, to be added to P187.1, again as public.
Objection?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
With no objection, the tender is admitted. Also to substitute 121955 to 121953, which are the color items.
Can we now move to page 1? Sorry, Your Honours.
No, Your Honor, they will be added accordingly.
Now you can go.
Thank you very much. Can we now move to page 178, SPOE 00055 of the book? And you can, if the court officer can please keep the Albanian and have on the screen next to it page, the document with reference 121962, please. Instead of the English, please. As we can see in both editions of the book, this is a KLA General Staff decision dated 19 November 1998, announcing that the KLA operational subzones were declared operational zones. It is numbered 442-2, dated, stamped, and signed. Did you use this document in your book, besides reproducing it on this page?
Po, e kam përdor.
Yes, I did.
Example, I will call up one of such references in your book, which is at page 66 of the book, so we can remove ERN 12/1962 and have page 66 in both languages, SPOE 00055 740, please. And while that is done, I note for the record that another version of the 19 November 1998 decision is in evidence as P01016. If we can scroll down so to have the footnotes visible, please. So witness, for example, if you look at footnote number 80 on this page, we see a reference to the this 442-2 document dated 19 November 1998. And you confirm that the reference in these pages to the document is in the context of discussing the reorganization of the KLA operational subzones into zones, which is discussed in these sections, pages 63 to 66.
Yes, that's correct. If I'm allowed, I would like to add something.
If it pertains to this, yes. Otherwise, as I said, I have limited time, and my purpose was to confirm with you this document. Is your clarification related to this document?
In relation to the documents I have used and which I obtained from the archives of Zone 5. All the documents that I made use of were obtained from the archives of Zone 5 of the Coastal Protection Course. These were disorganized documents. I have stressed this before. This means that with respect to their authenticity, their description, the authorship, I don't bear responsibility in the sense of their research, because these documents were in the hands of many persons and figures and may possibly be misused.
I didn't ask you to make comments related to authenticity or, yes, to the authenticity, as you said. So, thank you for the clarification, but if you can please keep in mind the scope of the questions that I'm asking, then we can proceed expeditiously. Thank you. Honors, the SPO tenders this section, that is pages 63 to 66, SPOE 000-55737 to 55740, as well as page 178, SPOE 000-55852, to be added to P187, as well as the color copy of page 178, ERN 12-1962, to be added to P187.1, and the classification again public for all of these sections.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No objection being heard, the tender will be accepted.
The page will be added, Your Honors.
Thank you, Honors. I have a separate document, so I see the time, and I will stop at this point for the morning break. Thank you.
All right, witness, we'll give you a half-hour break at this time. You may leave the courtroom with the court usher.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in.
Your Honors, for the sake of the organization, I think I have about 15 minutes, 15, 20 minutes left. Thank you.
Thank you. Witness, the prosecution has some additional questions for you.
Thank you, Your Honors. Can we go back to the witness book, please, and have on the screen in both languages pages 145, 146, SPOE 00055 819 to 820. These pages are part of P187. Witness, in the pages that are appearing on the screen, just to orient yourself, I will indicate that it's the pages that relate to the KLA General Staff visit of 18-20 August 1998. So I would like to direct you to page 145, specifically the paragraph immediately after the photo in both languages. Thank you. So here in this part, you describe how from 18 to 20 August 1998, the LAP Zone Command was visited by representatives of the KLA General Headquarters, and you list specifically the delegation. You say the delegation consisted of Hashim Thaçi, Recep Selimi, Jakub Krasniqi, and Bislim Zirapi. This is the first paragraph below the photo. I note footnote 288 for this section. So I understand you base the information about this visit on what the KLA LAP commanders indicated in footnotes 288. There is Mr. Rustem Mustafa, Kadri Castrati, Nureddin Ibishi, and Idris Shabani told you in the interviews or conversation with you for the purposes of the book, right? Do you confirm that?
Yes, that's right.
In your SPO interview as well, you provide more details about those interviews and the selection of the specific persons interviewed. And for reference, this is now in P1545.2, page 17, pages 17 and 18. Now, with again, I'm on still on page 145. The last paragraph of this page says, this visit was of an official nature and the delegation was hosted by Commander Remy in the late hours of the night between 17 and 18 August. If we can now move to the next page, page 146, please. So hosted by Commander Remy, the first line continues, accompanied by Latif Gashi, Kadri Castrati, Fatmir Umoli, Ezri Talla, Nureddin Ibish, and Sabri Kichmari. Now, can you please look at the content of page 146? I just want you to refresh your recollection about what you wrote on this visit. So you wrote that the commanding structures of the LAP zone became official during that visit, that commanders were officially appointed. I'm picking some topics from the bullet point list on this page. You listed a number of topics discussed during the visit, such as the organization and expansion of the KLA, the armament, weapon supplies, etc. On this same page, then, it continues an inspection towards the end. An inspection was organized of the positioning of the units in Kachano, Potok, etc. Also, the delegation inspected tactical exercises. You recall these sections of the book?
Yes, I do.
Is it?
No, I was not present during the visit, but based on the references that I have made use of, this visit did occur, and it is important for me to underline that the officialization, as I called it, happened in the lab operational zone. On the 18th of August, these structures had already been appointed by Commander Rustem Mustafa. However, the visit only made this fully official. Commander Remy notified the members of the General Staff about the decisions that he himself had taken beforehand. So this is a visit that I have termed the officialization visit, because all the decisions that had been taken by Commander Remy were made fully official by the visit of this visit of the members of the General Staff. And I have based this on the references that I've made, but also other references and other literature that I have also drawn upon to come to this description.
Yeah, so I understand, like, the reference in these pages are the interviews. So you based your account on the interviews with the lab commanders, Remy, Castrati, Ibishi, as per footnote 288, and what you just told us, correct? You were not present. The source of your evidence is the interviews you had with the lab zone commanders, I understand.
Yes, it's correct. I was not in these meetings, and my notes were based on the interviews that I had with the members of the leading staff of the lab operational zone.
Now, I would like to show you the account that we have of this visit in the book The Great Turning Point, The Kosovo Liberation Army, by Mr. Jakub Krasniqi. And I would call up ERN U015 8743 to U015 9047, and its English translation, which is the same ERN with ET revised 1 at the end. This is the book. We also discussed this book during the preparation session. Can I have page 116, which is marked with ERN U015 8859 in both languages, please. I need the end of the page also in the Albanian, please. Witness, you can see on the screen, at the end of this page 116, there is a section about the Shala and Lapi operational subzone. This paragraph starts by referring to early August 1998, when the KLA General Staff appointed a delegation to go on a visit to Shala and Lapi. You see that, right?
Yes, I do.
With the description of, when mentioning the members of the delegation was composed of Hashim Thaçi, Jakub Krasniqi, Recep Selimi, and Bislim Zirapi. So this is the same delegation. Is this the same delegation that we saw named at page 145 of your book?
Yes.
Continue reading from the end of the page, but at some point we have to move on to the next page, 117. So the purpose, I'm reading from the last line. The purpose of our visit there was to familiarize ourselves with the preparations being made, and now we move to page 117, by the Kosovo Liberation Army to appoint commanding officers and to brief them on developments in other parts of the territory. Now, is this consistent with the information that you received by the KLA commanders and that you reported in your book?
Yes, it is the same, but as I have mentioned previously, I have read this book, and it was one of the main points of reference, generally speaking. But yes, the accounts are consistent.
So just to clarify, because I have a different recollection, you said in your book you did not quote the book from Mr. Krasniqi as a source of your account of this of the visit of the 18-20 August 1998. We did not see any reference to it.
No, not on this occasion. I did refer on that occasion to the interviews that I had with the commanders.
And so just to clarify, the source of the account you gave in your book about the visit of the KLA General Staff of 18-20 August 1998 was based, when you described it in your book, on the interviews with the LAP zone commanders, not on the book of Mr. Krasniqi. Is my understanding correct?
On this occasion, I referred to the interviews, yes.
By saying on this occasion, do you mean that for that section of your book, you relied upon only the interviews and not also the book of Mr. Krasniqi? I just want to be clear about the scope of the extent of your answer.
Yes, I did not rely on Jakub Krasniqi's book on this occasion. In other parts, however, I did refer to it because it was one of my primary sources.
See the book, I think the book is cited as one of the literature and is referred to for other sections, but the scope of my question was limited to what were the sources of the account in your book about this visit. So, okay, that's clear. I'll move on. We were at page 117, and I think you said that, yes, that was consistent with the information you received from the KLA commanders. Now let's move to page 118, that is ERN U015-8861, again in both languages. And I am reading from the lower half of the page. you can either listen just to the translation or find the reference towards the middle of the page in the Albanian. That same night, at around 24 hours, we went to the LAPI operational zone staff headquarters, where we were received by the commander of LAPI operational zone, Rustem Mustafa Remi, and his political and military collaborators. Present were Latif Kashi Lata, Isri Talla, Commander Daya, Kadri Castrati, and Leka, Fatmi Rumoli, and Sabri Kichmari. Is this consistent with the information that you also reported in your book based on the interviews, on the information that you received in the interviews with the LAP zone commanders?
Yes, it is consistent.
Next page, 119, ERN U0158862. I'm reading some excerpt from this page. On the next day, we visited the trenches in the LAPI operational subzone and inspected the tactical exercises. In the course of the visit, we also appointed the zone commanders, their deputies, as well as the brigade commanders, 2 in LAPI and 2 in Shala. Again, is this consistent with the information you received from the KLA commander of the LAP zone during those interviews and that you discussed in your book at pages 145, 146?
Yes, it is consistent.
Your Honor, I tender this specific section of the book on Shala and Lapi. There is the 4 pages mentioned. The range is marked with the RN U015-8859 to U015-8863 in both languages. And I would ask that these pages be added to P189 with the classification as public.
Any objection? None? All right. U015-874. I'm sorry, is it 8743 to 8? I've lost track of the numbers. If you'll read them back again.
U015-8859 to U015-8863 to be added to P189, please.
That is admitted.
Your Honor, can I just clarify? The last page we have on the screen now is 8862, and Council mentioned 8862 earlier. Now it mentions 8863, just to confirm.
I meant up to page 120, which is the end of this section, and is indeed at page 8863. It's one remaining paragraph.
That was what was stated on the record.
Those will be added to P189.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honors. Witness, did you know Mr. Naim Kadrio during the war?
No, I did not.
And did you know his name when you were a KLA soldier between 1998 and 1999?
No, I had not heard of him.
Can we now have, these are just the remaining 2 questions. Can we now have page 310 of the book, SPOE 00055984? Witness, we see now the page already in the Albanian. So from this page, 310 to 313, you provide a list of all of the interviews with the KLA commanders and fighters of the LAP zone, on which you also based the facts recounted in your book. You have already explained the use of these interviews and also what the multiple dates listed mean. This was in part 2, so P1545.2, page 14 for reference, so I will not go into that. I just wanted to refer to the fact that some of the interviews we discussed are listed in today's examination, are listed in these pages. And since only page 310 is part of P17, I would also tender for completeness pages 311 to 313. That is SPOE 00055985 to 00055987. Again, to be added as public to P187, please.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No objection is heard. 0055.985 to 00055987 is admitted and to be added to P0187.
Thank you, Your Honors. Two last section to tender is the color copy of page 180. That is SPOE 00055845, which is part of the admitted pages, so part of P187. And the color copy is marked with ERN 121963, and I would ask that this page be added to P187.1 as public.
Any objection?
None.
None heard. SPOE 0055.845 and the color document, which is 121963, are admitted and added to P0187.
And I
Just
would
second it, Mr. Soli.
Yes, those pages will also be added.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honors. And I would also add to P187 the pages that provide the table of content of the book, so for ease of navigation through the sections tendered today. This page, the table of content and a list of abbreviations can be found at pages 7 to 12 of the book. That is SPOE 00055681 to 686. If those can also be added to P187 as public, please.
Any objection?
None.
No objection is made. 0055681 to 0055686 are admitted and added to P0187.
They will be added.
Thank you, Your Honors. Witness, those were my questions. Thank you, Your Honors. That concludes my examination. Thank you.
Ms. Manigal, questions?
Good morning, Mr. Witness. I'm going to ask you some questions on behalf of Mr. Hashim Thaçi. So, Witness, you were a teacher of history from 92 until 98, correct?
Yes, correct.
And in May 98, you joined the KLA in the LIAP zone, correct?
Yes.
You didn't have any military education other than the obligatory military service prior to joining the KLA, right?
Po ashtu është.
Correct.
Thank you. When you first joined the KLA, you were in charge of mobilizing and organizing civilians joining the KLA, right?
Mund themi ashtu.
You can say so.
But you were not based in the KLA bases or headquarters. You operated from home, at least until the fall of '98. Is that right?
Antari shtabeve këtu që kësë nuk.
I was not a member of the KLA General Staff,
Onave ke
and we acted in accordance with the circumstances.
So you were based mainly in your home in Yuga, right?
në Luga.
At Luga, yes, for a time.
And so you did not meet the zone commander, at least in the first 6 months of service, not before November '98. Is that right?
Parafërsisht, po.
Roughly speaking, yes.
And later, in October '98, you assisted in the creation and then commanded the unit called K-33 in Yuga, right?
Po ashtu është.
Yes, that's right.
And you remained there in Yuga until April '99, despite the Liap headquarters moving to Liapatishka, right?
Ekskluzivisht në Luga kem nej deri me
We stayed at Luga until the 25th of March. From the 25th of March until the 31st of March, we stayed at the village of Surkish. We returned for a period of 2 days, the 1st and the 2nd of April, after which we proceeded to the village of Halabak on the 3rd of April 1999.
Thank you. And indeed, in April '99, your unit joined another unit, so K-33 and K-26 merged. Is that right? In Alabak.
nuk u shkri, po
They did not merge, but we began cooperating with K-26. That's what it was, yes.
When you became the deputy commander of this joint unit.
po ram
Yes, we agreed. So K-33 did not cease to exist. It continued to operate under the same name. However, we agreed that I should be deputy commander to commander of Nicadriu.
Thank you. And this cooperation was based on the approval of all fighters from these two units during a meeting of 21st of April. Is that right?
me 30 April
Not on the 31st of April, no, but yes.
Sorry, I meant 21st of April. That's the date you mentioned at page 261 of your book.
po në librin
Yes, if you were reading the footnotes of my book, there was an omission, a technical error, as it were. This meeting occurred on the 14th of April, a meeting during which this decision was arrived at.
And so what we have here is the unit members who themselves decided the reorganization and appointment of commanders, as you and Mr. Kadri Avdiou, as opposed to an order coming from above. It was the decision from the soldiers of the two units, right?
po dakor.
Yes, that's right.
So while you were in the KLA, so between May '98 and June '99, you did not meet any member of the KLA General Staff, right?
Gjatë luftës nuk kam pas fatin të takoj as
I did not have the honor to meet any of the members of the General Staff during the war.
Now we'd like to talk about the methodology of your book. You told the SPOs that with your book you do not claim to say the final word on what happened in the LIAP zone. Is that correct?
Can we please also have some references? Your
Yes,
Honors?
it's P1545, .1 at page 14, line 14. Should I repeat?
E kam qartë.
That's clear to me.
Po unë kam thonë në parathënie,
I've said this in the foreword, the preface, and at the end of my research. Despite the desire, the readiness, I was aware that I was not able to give the final word or the best opinion with respect to the organization of the war effort in the LAP operational zone. I would like to see on the screen the pages of the book you're referring to, if that's possible at all.
I was referring to for the next question, because I was referring to your SPO interview about the fact that you said you didn't say the final word. But I will show you the relevant pages. So, with regard to your book, while you consulted documents and had conversations with KLA members, this book represents mainly your opinion and interpretation about the events in YAP, right?
unë e kam thonë edhe në
I have indicated this in the three parts, the preface, the foreword, and the conclusion, that I have not commented on the events that I have included in my book, because I have left this space for new researchers, academics, to further inquire these matters related to the organization of the war effort in the LAP zone.
When the parts of your book which rely mainly on your direct experience are those, for instance, which relate to the activity of your unit, K33. Is that right?
me disa.
With some of them.
So when you wrote the book, you knew that no one had written a book on the LIAP zone before?
Po e saktë.
That's correct.
Upon you to sort of write a narrative, a history of the zone?
Duhet të shtoj se
I must add that there were some interviews published by some people, but not at the level I was claiming to do. I am proud of having been given this opportunity and entrusted with the task of writing about the war effort in the LAP operational zone with respect to the organization of the war.
Thank you. And would it be right to say that it made sense for you that you would try to glorify the KLA war efforts in the LIAP zone?
po sigurisht qëllimi im ka qenë
Yes, my aim was to do my best from the professional and human aspect to present the best I could the war of the Kosovo Liberation Army in the LAP operational zone.
In your book, you said that you relied on a scientific methodology to write it. It's at page 305. I'm going to ask you a question about that. Do you want to see the excerpt, or it's not necessary?
Unë për këtë sigurisht kom folur se në parathonje ose në hyrje.
I have certainly mentioned this in the foreword or the preface. I have stressed my aim in doing this.
I would like to clarify what you meant. So you meant that you relied, among others, as you said, on your review interpretation of previously published interview of former KLA soldiers, and also on your own meetings with former soldiers of the Liab zone, right?
Po, është e saktë.
That's right.
Sometimes you interviewed several fighters at the same time, right?
Po, e saktë.
That's right.
You record such interview, right?
E kam thonë edhe në parathonje.
I have indicated this problem in my foreword, which was not a practice during the preparation of my book. I mentioned it before. I can repeat it again if there's a need to.
And so you took notes during those interviews, sometimes, but not necessarily always.
Po e përsëris, unë nuk kam.
I repeat, I did not have a standard questionnaire with questions and answers. This, in Albanian, when you say interview or conversation, it has the same meaning. I kept those notes that appeared to be important to me. I did not write down dates or signatures or other details of the officer I conversed with.
And you did not keep any notes of such interviews or conversations, if any, after the book was published, right?
Kështu është. Nuk
That's right.
në interes.
I did not have any particular interest to preserve those after so many years.
And so I would like to call page 26 of the book. So SPOE 000-56008-00056-018, which is page 23 of the PDF. And I would like to focus on footnote 3, please. Thank you. So there you said that the statements, interview, and memoirs of the Zolf fighters in relation to events and circumstances are often contradictory, not deliberately, but because things get forgotten. In other words, such memoirs do not always offer accurate detail for the past. Do you confirm it?
Po e konfirmoj.
Yes, I do. I can also add, if I'm allowed.
Yes, please.
Intervistat me bashkëluftëtarët.
The interviews with the fellow fighters, which I conducted often during my work, were a challenge in the sense of putting in order chronologically the events that took place in the lab operational zone. For this reason, I applied caution, and I've mentioned this in my foreword, that I did not allow myself to comment on the events or interpret them. Again, I had the aim for future researchers, academics, and those who wanted to write, to use this as a basis.
Thank Thank you. And Madam Officer, could you please show the top of the pages? So there you say that in terms of the time and truthfulness side of things, this presented a difficulty in itself. Such conversations, the record of such conversations with the KLA soldiers. Is that right? You confirm it? It's at the top of the page.
Yes, certainly. And I've mentioned this in 2006 and 2007.
So, in fact, you had some people complain about how you had portrayed or conveyed their information from these interviews in the book after it was published. Is that right?
I would be the happiest person to, if I could publish a work and not have any remarks on it. So after all these years, there were obviously requests or comments or remarks. Yes, there were.
Among the sources of your book, you refer to unpublished archive material. Madam Court Officer, could we please call it's page 39 of the PDF? Sorry, 309. Of the PDF.
If I can assist, Your Honor,
sorry,
yes, the ERN is SPOE 000555983.
Thank you. Thank you. So you have listed there some archive, but as you told the SPO, the archive did not prove to be helpful for your research when it came to documents. Is that right?
That's right. With respect to the time we're talking about, this is 2004, 5, and 6.
Did such archive to the list of your sources, mainly to be transparent, to say that you consulted them, but nothing really came out of them, right?
Which archive are you referring to?
Pristina, for instance, and the ship TMK in Pristina?
Yes.
Thank you. In your book, you listed a few decisions which purport to emanate from the KLA General Staff. And we have seen earlier today some from the 10th and 19th of November 98. But is that right that many, if not most, of those decisions that you quote in your books were taken from Kosovo press articles?
No, I obtained them from the Archive 5 of the Kosovo Protection Corps.
So then you did not necessarily discuss their content with the KLA member that you interviewed in preparation of this book? Is that correct?
There were perhaps such cases? I can't think of any such cases, but there were probably cases.
Now we'd like to talk about the creation of the LIAP zone. On page 111, 112 of the book, Madam Court Officer, can I please invite you to call them on the screen? So it's page 108 of the PDF. So it's page 108 of the PDF. And in English as well, please. And the bottom. So you mentioned that there was an official meeting on the evening of the 2nd of September 1997, during which more or less the structure of the KLA LIAP zone was established. If we could then go to the next page, please. So witness, can you please clarify? First, this information is based on interview you had with the people which are cited in the footnotes, right?
Paul?
Right.
Individuals, Remy, Latif Gashi, met in clandestine fashion and decided to appoint themselves to command position.
I don't understand the question.
They tried to say that, so Rustam Mustafa, Latif Gashi, and Ilir Konushevsky, in September 1997, decided to meet and appointed themselves in commanding positions without any order from above.
If I understand the question correctly, they were co-fighters. They knew each other from before. And they were not the only persons who were members of the Kosovo Liberation Army. However, after the fall of Zahir Bayezidi on the 31st of January 1997, took upon themselves to reorganize the KLA in the LAP operational zone at the time. As a result, they held a number of meetings, which are mentioned in my book. Amongst them, this meeting of the 2nd of September, where they assigned the responsibilities to one another. But if the question is, if I understood the question correctly, there were no orders from above. There was no operational staff, there was no general staff. They self-organized in order to expand and organize the KLA in the LAP zone.
Now I would like to go to page 207 of the book, which is page 204 of the PDF, please. So witness, you also discuss in your book the financing of the Liap zone. And on this page, you mentioned how the citizens supported the Liap zone, not only with food, clothing, and accommodation for soldiers, but they also assisted in securing weapons. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. But if you allow me to add something. The commander of the lab operational zone, Rustem Mustafa, based on my research, was the only commander of his zone who was permanently stationed in Kosovo and dealt with politics. This made it possible for him to have contacts with the most prominent figures at the time in lab zone, Pristina and Podujeva. This resulted in great support for the Kosovo Liberation Army. So the entire population in this area gave a strong support to the Kosovo Liberation Army. So this was a zone that self-organized, the lab zone.
Mentioned at footnote 401, maybe Madam Court Officer, you can go down, that it was in particular through voluntary initiatives and contribution then that they could exercise their fight against the occupier. Can we please go now to page 210, which is page 207 of the PDF? And to the bottom, I would like to show footnote 402. And there again, you refer to the fact that it was through generous donation of citizens that the Liap zone could obtain some supplies of weapons, among like equipment, ammunition. Is that right? You confirm it?
Yes, I confirm it. And again, I would have something to add in this sense, if I'm allowed to. The Kosovo Liberation Army was not formed, established by the Kosovo institutions. This is the outcome of movements and organizations, people, patriots, freedom lovers at the time who thought this was the path to freedom. And the Kosovo Liberation Army made its own choices in regards to supplies, organization. The Kosovo Liberation Army did not have barracks. It organized and trained, preparing for the war, in the houses of the civilians offered by the people. Many houses became barracks for the army to prepare for the war. Thank you.
And so based on those excerpts and on your statement, so you agree that the Liap zone operated independently from the other zones and even at the time from the KLA General Staff?
Could you please display this sentence on the screen?
I'm asking you. Like we have just seen two pages where you discuss the fact that the Liap zone received money, weapons from the citizens directly, and you mentioned just earlier today that in practice the Liap zone was self-organized. So I wanted you to confirm eventually that you would agree that the Liap zone at the time was operating independently from the other zones. or even the general staff. It didn't need to require from them money or supplies. It was provided by the citizens.
I can say that at the time the lab operational zone was a well-organized zone. And there were various initiatives which helped this zone to reach a better level of organization. With respect to the other issues, self-organization and so on, this is something I cannot comment on. But there were a lot of these initiatives that came from the commander of the lab operational zone, Rustem Mustafa, without any other orders that would have come from above. We're referring here to specific cases.
So now I would like to talk about the few visits of the general staff in the zone that you mentioned in your book, in particular in August and October 98. So can you confirm that you were not present during those meetings?
Yes, I confirm. I did not have the opportunity. I would have loved to say, sitting here today, that I was, but I was not.
Madam Prosecutor has shown you this morning some excerpt about these visits, and so you relied mainly on interviews given to you by former fighters in 2007 to write those to describe such visits. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
With regard to the what you say is the first visit of Mr. Hashim Thaçi to the Liab zone on 18-20 of August 98, based on what you said and what you were told, despite the fact that the Liab zone was pretty organized and functional since at least late 97, it's only in August 98 that the Liab zone received a visit from the Kara General Staff. Is that right? Pursuant to your knowledge?
That's right.
And so you say that the structure of the Liab zone was officialized by the Kele General Staff, but you agree that it's not them who appointed, for instance, Remy as the Liab zone commander. They only acknowledged his decision. Is that right?
These expressions and words, officialization, that I have used can be interpreted differently. I can say that in the lab operational zone, persons holding different commanding positions were appointed by Commander Remy on the 18th of July 1998. You can refer to my book for further information.
Indeed, thank you.
I cannot be held accountable regarding the accuracy of this information, though. The accuracy of the data. But this is the source. This is what I got from the sources. The 18th of July is the day when these persons were appointed to the said commanding positions.
Before I move further, I would like to tender the page 207 and 210 that I have shown to the witness about, let's say, voluntary contribution of the citizens to the Liab zone.
No objections.
Is there an ERN number for those?
I have the the page number of the book, which is SPOE 000-55678-SPOE 000-45018, page 207 and 210.
Those will be admitted.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's just to confirm, I will put them on the screen. Page 207 of the book has ERN SPOE 000558881, and page 210 of the book has ERN SPOE 000558884. And they
Correct.
will be added to the existing exhibit P 187.
Thank you.
And please try to use the ERN numbers when you make reference to something that is not yet admitted.
Now, witness, I would like to talk about the Rambouillet conference that you mentioned in your book. And could you please call page 70 of the book of the SPOE 000-55678-SPOE 000-45018, page 67 of the PDF. So, witness, were you involved in any discussion or organization of the Rambouillet delegation?
Io no consent.
No, I was not.
And did you ever participate in a meeting with the Liaison Command discussing who from the Kele should go to Rambouillet, or what the Kele position would be?
Io no
No, I did not take part in any such meeting.
And did you discuss the Rambouillet conference or with some of the fighters you interviewed for your book?
Sunt kujtuar.
I can't remember.
Thank you.
Sunt kujtuar.
I can't recall now.
So on this page, you mentioned that the Kele General Staff, through Hashim Thaçi, announced their participation to Rambouillet, despite contradictions, and you refer in bracket to Demachi and the Kele General Staff.
Nëse ka mundësi ma qitë me vendos.
Would you kindly put that on the screen? Put that page where I am supposed to have stated that on the screen?
Nëse nuk e gjeni, unë po e...
If you can't find though,
67 of the PDF.
Po e shoh tani.
I see it now, yes.
Thank you. What was the source of your information for this assertion?
Tani nuk po më kujtohet.
I can't recall exactly which ones because there were a number of materials that I used, materials that were published after the war, that is. However, the Kosovo Press news agency is one. However, what's important is that after the meeting of the 30th of January, held in Skopje between foreign ministers Robin Cook, Petric and Hill, Adem Ramachi, Ibrahim Rugova and Recep Chosia, the three of them took part there. Ibrahim Rugova and Recep Chosia were amongst those accepted to go to Rambouillet. However, according to what I was able to consult, On the 3rd of February, there was confirmation from the General Staff of the KLA that the General Staff will take part in Rambouillet, represented by Hashim Thaçi. And that came after what is mentioned there about the political representative of the KLA, Demachi. And as we know, the delegation did travel to Rambouillet, and then we have written there about the composition of this delegation and the tasks that they were entrusted with.
Thank you. In your book, you refer to some dissensions about Rambouillet. So would you agree that at the time the KLA was not unified when it came to the decision to go to Rambouillet and what position to take at Rambouillet?
Nuk me kuptoj plotësisht.
I don't think I understand the question properly.
On your screen, you say that the KLA General Staff, despite contradictions, Demachi / KLA General Staff, on 3 February, through Hashim Thaçi, announced their participation in Rambouillet. So is it right to say that the KLA was not unified with regard to the position to adopt at Rambouillet?
I did say before that regardless of the disagreements on participation to Rambouillet, on the 3rd of February, Mr. Hashim Thaçi did announce before the public opinion that the General Staff will take part in Rambouillet. These were the sources that I drew upon at the time. I could be wrong because I can see that I have not cited any of such sources here, and I could be wrong. However, I do agree that there is some disagreement about participation or not at Rambouillet.
Thank you. And I would like now to bring page 75 on the screen, which is page 72 of the PDF. There you mentioned that the Kosovo delegation expressed its dissatisfaction about the military issue and the KLA in its political future, and about holding the referendum for Kosovo independence after 3 years. In the footnote, you refer to the book of Mr. Petric and Piller. So these conclusions were drawn from their book. Is that right?
It appears to be the case. I can't recall it now. However, given that I have cited that as the reference as the source, it so appears. It appears, therefore, that there were some disagreements or some dissatisfaction.
And do you know what was? Do you have further information about this dissatisfaction? Where did it come from, or what were the specifics behind it?
No, I'm unable to speculate on this, given that I have not cited it. 20 years on, my opinion might have evolved because of the additional information and other studies that I might have read in the meantime. So I do not want to speculate about the conclusions that I had at the time when I put pen to paper here.
Since you were in the Liab zone, were you aware that at the time, the commander of the Liab zone, Remy, had expressed his dissatisfaction with the KLA delegation and their negotiation in Rambouillet? Had you heard about that?
kan ikke noe om du kan bibel.
Are you referring to the book, or are you asking about other information that I might have? I did not have any during the war. After the war, however, yes.
Thank you. Can we now bring page 77 of the book, which is page 74 of the PDF? Thank you. There you mentioned the fact that the KLA representatives used the recess during the talks to contact the leader and commander of the KLA zones. Here I see you cite some information that you found online, and can we please see footnote 101? So you did not have any personal information about this meeting, or did you?
No, I did not.
And then on the next page, if we can show it on the screen, so page 78, which is page, yeah, thank you. At footnote 103, you mentioned that Mr. Selman Selimi was appointed General Commander of the KLA in place of Azem Soula during the Rambouillet conference. Is that correct?
Yes. I could be wrong about the date, because I did not have a way of corroborating them. This is the sources that I had, and I know that that is when Suleiman Soudimi was appointed as commander of the KLA, and that occurred during the Rambouillet talk.
Okay, and then what is the source of this information, if you remember? Because there you do not have a specific reference about this change of command.
No, this was prophetess information for the readers. However, during that time, information reached us via a number of other sources, including talking to other fellow soldiers. I did not have anything to cite here. I just put that as information for the readers to have. At the time, though, we had information that reached us through conversations with other members or commanders of the LAP operational zone. Given that the central crux of the matter for my book is the LAP operational zone, I deemed it necessary to mention other salient developments that had to do with the KLA at large, but I did not see the need for them to be sourced properly.
Now, can we please call page 76 of the book, which is page 73 of the PDF? And I would like to talk now about the provisional government. So here you refer about a decision of 23rd of August forming the provisional government. Do you know whether this government, so composed of the sorry, 23rd of February, I see there is I guess a mistake on the book. But so can you please clarify this decision forming the provisional government composed of the KLA, LDK, and LBD? Was it formed on the 23rd? Was it on the 23rd of February?
Ms. Manigault, there's about 3 questions in there. Could you break this up a little bit?
Yeah,
It's very
sorry.
difficult to follow.
Sorry, I think there is a mistake on the date on the English translation. Are we referring to a decision on the 23rd of February forming the provisional government?
Po Minister Trejo,
Yes, the decision was taken on 23rd of April between the 3 political and military groupings. And this was a trouble year, and the decision was taken to form the provisional government. These are all to be found in my book, and based on these decisions, Prime Minister of the provisional government is appointed, who undertakes to form the provisional government and calls upon all signatories to stand by it, including the Democratic League of Kosovo and Ibrahim Rugova, i.e., so that they would stand by the decision to establish this provisional government. It continues with the meetings held inside the country and outside by the Prime Minister, who continued to have these meetings until the 6th of June, if I'm not mistaken, a meeting held in Belgium for this purpose. So there were numerous meetings held in this context. They were not of particular significance for my book to be cited here, but I know that there were a number of meetings held in Albania, Brussels, the United States of America, London, and so on and so forth. If I am allowed the time and to recall them, I might be able to mention all the countries during where this occurred.
Error, Your Honor, at lines 8. I believe the witness had said 23rd of February and not April.
His testimony was April.
I understand it was a translation mistake. He had in fact said February.
Yeah. Mr.
me 23
Mr. Witness, please, can you please...
23rd of February. 23rd of February.
Thank you. You mentioned some meetings of the provisional government, but did the LDK of Ibrahim Rugova participate in them?
As I said earlier, based on what I was able to read at the time, the Prime Minister of the Provisional Government issued pleas for the parties to respect the 23rd of August decision, which implies that he called on Ibrahim Rugova to be part and parcel of this provisional government. This is what this assumes is that he did not take part in it and he did not abide by the decision of the 23rd of February 1999.
Now I would like to move to page 257 of your book, which is page 254 of the PDF.
Yes, witness.
Can we please have these parts of the book not zoomed in so much, because I do not see the entire page in front of me, and that is confusing me. Thank you. Just like me, it is at the moment, that is enough for me.
There, you discuss a decision by the provisional government and an order by the general staff on general mobilization, but you do not cite to the decision or the order itself. Is that right?
Ja, kom situ është
I did cite it. It's a reference point in there. 471 is the footnote on it.
This footnote would be some decisions from the zone commanders on the appointment of commanders at the company or battalion level. Is that right?
ja është vendimi për
It's a decision on mobilization, 1st of April 1999. That's the 1st of April.
ja nuk kem.
No, I did not.
Neither. There is no copy in your book.
Nuk.
No. I think that at the time,
now I would like to go to page 290 of the book, which is page 287 of the PDF. There you refer to the appointment, you refer to an order of the College General Staff to establish guard battalions as forces for rapid and strike interventions. Did you ever see this order yourself?
Unë e kam referencë këtu.
I have referenced it.
Referenca 527.
572.
Court officer, you can go down a bit.
527, rather.
But you do not attach a copy of this alleged order in the book, right?
Jo, nuk e kem bërë.
No, I did not attach it.
And is it right to say that the guard battalion, at least in the Liab zone, was mainly a reshuffling of soldiers from other existing units? For instance, I understand some member from your unit, Case 33 unit, joined the 5th Guard Battalion in the Liab zone?
Po tani nuk.
Yes. I cannot explain what the order had at the time, but I recall that at the time we were told that the ablest of the soldiers should become part of the guard battalions. So members from K33 did take part. So the guard unit, as far as we were concerned, would be composed of the best soldiers that we had in the LAP operational zone.
Thank you. Now I would like to go to page 301 of the book, which is page 298 of the PDF. There you refer to the fact that you mentioned some development in Bessiana post-June 99, and you mentioned the fact that you refer to the appointment of the Bessiana prefect by the Liab zone deputy commander. Do you see it?
Give me a second, please.
It's at the top of the page.
Po është.
Yes, I see it.
The time, so post-June 99, the Kosovo was supposed to have a provisional government, right?
Po e kishte?
It was supposed to, and he did have it, yes.
Effect of Besiana be appointed by local commanders as opposed by the provisional government.
Nuk kam përgjigje për këtë se
I cannot answer this question because, as I said earlier, and I'm repeating here, I have tried to refrain from comments or explore details that have to do with decisions or other processes that occurred. I saw my job as being able to document the most significant events that occurred in our country so that this would pave the way for others to be able to explore these issues and developments in more detail. And for this reason, I have no answer to give.
Noted. Now I would like to move more generally to about the Kele Liabzon organization as described in your book. Witness yourself, you were not present during the Liabzon command meetings or zone commander meetings discussing the Kele command and organization during the war.
jo, nuk kemi qenë.
No, I wasn't.
So anything you state in your book about the command structure of the Liab zone relies mainly on what you were told after the war by the Liab zone commander and other KLA fighter from the Liab zone. Is that right?
Po e sakt.
Correct.
So I would like to go to page 33 of the book, which is page 30 of the PDF, please. There you say that Commander Remy, through command and control, had managed to create a disciplined military structure which was clear about its duty and responsibilities. And you say that he had created these values through training and education. Now, you have provided to the SPO a curriculum for training and education of fighting units in the zone of Liap. So it's P1552. If I could call it on the screen, please. Sorry, I think I got the wrong number. 1552. Yeah, it's the description of the training in the Liap zone. So it may be a bit down. Starting page 797. Sorry. Thank you. If we look at this document and at the date at the top of it, it's 13th of September 99. So it's after the demobilization of the Kele. Is that right?
Unë nuk e di ku po e lexon, po
I do not know where you're seeing it. This document exists as a copy in my book. I cannot remember what page it is on, but the date is 23rd of January 1999, not September 1999.
nëse është shtator e keni gabim.
If you're saying September, that is wrong. This is a document that exists as a copy in my book.
We take note of what you're saying there. I know there is a difference of date in the English translation.
Ms. Manigat, it's time for the
Yeah,
break.
thank you.
Witness will have a lunch break now. Be an hour and a half. You'll be back here at 2:30. You may leave the courtroom now. Thank you. We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in, Madam Usher. How much more time will you need, Ms. Manigal?
I think no more than 10 minutes. I just would like to tender one page of the book that I sent to the witness, which is page 70 of the book, which ends by 744. It's about the Rambouillet and the dissatisfaction expressed about the participation.
No objections.
Do we have any description other than page 70?
Yeah, so it's SPOE000 55678 SPOE000 45018 at the page ending 744. Year end ending 744.
Will be added to P187.
We will continue now with the questioning by the Thaçi defense. Go ahead, Ms. Manigal.
Thank you. So, Mr. Witness, in your book, as discussed earlier, you mentioned the fact that there were some training in the Liab zone. My question is, you personally did not receive any training in the Liab zone, right?
Jo.
Correct, I didn't.
In your book about the training in the Liab zone is mainly about you obtained it through what you were told by the KLA fighter you interviewed. Is that right?
Po e sakt?
That's right.
Can we please bring on the screen page 178 of the book, which is part of P187? Thank you. So, Mr. Witness, this is a decision of the KLA General Staff from 19 November 98 on the reorganization of operational subzone in the KLA, right?
Oh,
Right.
Mr. Court Officer, could you please also call the exhibit P1016, but you can keep, I guess, both Albanian versions on the screen, which is a similar decision. Thank you. So, Mr. Witness, during your preparation session, you were showed an almost identical copy of this decision, except that we can see at the top that there is a different protocol number, 444-5-108, instead of 442-2-091. Is that correct?
po kështu është?
Yes, this is how it is.
Since this second version of the decision before it was shown to you by the prosecution?
Jo, nuk e kom po.
That's right, I haven't seen it.
I understand from your preparation session you were not able neither to explain why it bears different protocol number?
Po, e saktë është, nuk.
That's correct. I was not able to either understand or why did it happen to be as it is. Based on my experience, 20 years long experience in security institutions, when a document was issued, it would bear the same protocol number. So based on my experience, I was not able to understand this document after the war.
This document, or the second one, was not authentic or issued at the time claimed?
Objection calls for
Nuk kam
speculation.
koment këtë drejtim.
Sustained.
I can't comment on that.
Thank you. Ms. Rowan,
No questions, Your Honour, thank you.
thank you.
We have no questions, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Tully?
Jonas, just give me a second just to
Yes.
organize myself.
Go ahead. Ms. Alejandro, what is your current estimate for time for cross-examination?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
What is the current estimate for your time of cross-examination?
Could be about 45 minutes to an hour, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Witness.
Mirdita.
Good afternoon.
And I am counsel for Mr. Jakub Krasniki. So I have some questions for you this afternoon, and I do apologize in advance if some of it may have already been asked by other members in the court.
Could I suggest that if it's already been asked, you don't ask that question?
I'll try my best, Your Honor.
Okay.
So just to go back to the beginning, you have told the prosecution during the interview, and also you testified here in court, that at the time you joined the KLA in May 1998, you were mainly home-based and you spent a lot of time with your family during that period. That's correct, isn't it?
Po, është sakt, po nëse
Yes, that's correct. If you need me to, I can elaborate on that. Not only me, but the majority of the fighters at that time stayed in their homes or outside. If we were needed in the unit, we would be within the unit. When we say we stayed at home, it means that the KLA was organized in the homes of the people. Homes were used as barracks, as places, locations where we were stationed.
You also told the prosecution that your main role was to, in fact, go out and talk to civilians, and you were entrusted with this task because of your authority and standing amongst Kosovans as a professor, along with what you described was the good reputation of your family. That's correct, isn't it?
po është sakt.
That's correct.
And so, when speaking about your unit, K33, you described it as an observing unit. Am I right?
Po, keni të drejtë.
Yes, you're right, for a certain period of time.
Emphasized during your interview with the prosecution that your unit was not engaged in a frontal war, meaning in any military activities. That's correct, isn't it?
Deri në mars.
Until March, so we did not take part in such fighting up until the 25th of March. Starting from the 25th of March until the end of the war, we took part in all battles. However, as an observing unit, we gave our contribution to the benefit of all those who were fighting the battles.
For the prosecution, that many of the soldiers in your unit were not even armed. That's correct, isn't it?
Po, në fazat caktume, po.
In certain periods of times, yes. We were an observing unit operating in extremely difficult circumstances. We also had a bigger responsibility because we were in a village which had not been engulfed by war yet. So we had to make preparations in different directions. First of all, protecting the population and carry out the duties we were assigned.
You also stated during your interview, sir, that you had not even come out publicly as members of the KLA. And just to clarify, by that, do you mean that you were operating clandestinely?
Fshati ku na kemi
The village where we founded our unit has a very specific geographic location. I can elaborate on that. However, it is true that for quite a long time we operated as a limited, invisible unit, carrying out our tasks in order to avoid being noticed by the Serb forces.
You described in your interview as a safe area in Halabak. You also said that not all members of your unit moved with you. It was just a small number of the unit that moved with you. That's correct, isn't it?
Po, është sakt.
That's correct. And this was due to the lack of weaponry, and as a result of which some of my fellow fighters had to leave Kosovo, but they could not manage to do so. They were supporting us in our fighting operations. They joined us at a later stage in other operations.
So you never met your zone commander, Rustam Mustafa, physically from the time you joined the KLA until around November 1998, you say, in your interview. That's correct.
Parafërsisht, po e kam thonë, po.
Yes, I said so.
Also told the SPO during the interview that you may have met him on one occasion after that, but you're not sure. That's correct, isn't it?
Që jam taku është e sigurt.
It is certain that I met with him after this, but I do not know when exactly, because this was not that important to me to record the moment or date when I met with the commander.
That you met him.
Fjala ka qenë kur e kom
We were talking about the first time when I met with him, not how many times I met with him.
Just to be clear, so during your interview with the SPO, you indicated that you may have met him on one occasion, but you don't really remember it.
No. Po sa duke më imendës.
And to this day, I do not remember when I met him for the first time.
And sir, also from your interviews, it appears that the only contact that you had at that time with Kadri Kastrati, the deputy zone commander, was perhaps in January 1999, and that was when you met him briefly, you said, to collect your communication radio device. That's correct, isn't it?
Asa të besoj që kom thonë dikun ka
I don't think I said exactly the date. I think I said December or January. It was not about collecting, but equipping ourselves with radio communication devices. After this occasion, I might have met him on other occasions as well. That was the first time I met.
You didn't speak about any other matters. That's what you said in your interview. That's correct?
po kështu është.
That's correct.
You met him regarding the communication equipment. You also, by chance, also met with Nureddin Ibishi, who happened to be there. That's right, isn't it?
Po e sakt.
That's right.
And so during the war, you've told the prosecution you never met Latif Gashi, right?
Kom thonë nuk jem të...
I said that I never met him in person, just the two of us. However, during the war, I might have seen him during the operations or in the presence of other people. But what I stated was that during the war, I never met with him personally. I did not have a meeting with him. This is what I stated.
And also in your interview, you explained that Idris Shabanani was your overall commander, but the person who you were in most communication with was Mohammed Latifi, correct?
Exakt.
That's correct. Again, it depends on which period of time, but I was in constant communication with both of them.
When you were given the opportunity to clarify your previous interview, you clarified to the prosecution that you were not reporting to Mohammed Latifi in the formal sense, but what you were doing was you were just keeping him informed or updated about the number of people who were joining the KLA and other matters. That's correct, isn't it?
Jo, kom fjala për çështje tjera se
This was about other matters, depending on the duties we had to carry out. I said that I did not have the opportunity to report in writing, and indeed I did not report in writing.
Reporting, what you meant is that you were informing and notifying Mohammed Latifi about mobilization and recruitment work. That's what you said to the prosecution, right?
po raport përgjithshëm këtë drejtim nuk
Yes, we did not submit a general report about these matters to Mohammed Latifi.
So you've told the court that you've never had any contact with the KLA General Staff. And just to be clear, sir, you've never had any contact with Mr. Jakub Kwasniczy. during the war. Am I right?
Po e saktë, nuk kam pas.
You're right, I never had contacts with him.
So I just want to speak a little bit now about your book and the methodology surrounding your book. Now, going to page 309 of your book, which my learned colleague had already discussed with you, you had listed sources that you relied on when you were writing this book. And if you remember, it was shown to you earlier. The first on the list is the Kosovo archives in Pristina. Do you remember that?
Po më kujtohet.
Yes, I do.
You were very clear about during your interview with the prosecution is that there was in fact no proper archive service in Pristina, was there?
Po e saktë është.
Correct, there wasn't.
Material that was there in whatever form you want to call it, you say it was really of no use. There was nothing of relevance to you in any of that material, so you had nothing to rely on from those archives, correct?
Po e saktë, në kohën
That's correct. When I went to the archives, I did not find anything of relevance. I might have found their articles, newspaper articles, but I did not cite this as a source in my book. I went there but did not find any material that I would have made use of.
Told the prosecution during your interview that despite not having anything of relevance at all and of it being useless, you listed it as a source simply to enrich your resource. That's what you say in your interview. That's correct, isn't it?
po.
Yes, that's correct. This is what I stated. There was nothing there in what was called the Kosovo archives at the time.
And what you mean by that is that you wanted the book to appear better researched, more authoritative to your readers. So even if you contacted them, you still thought that was a source that you should list, correct?
Po, por sigurisht për neve me interes.
Yes, this was of interest to us to have as much as possible sources and data, but I consulted but did not find any such material in the Kosovo archives.
Today, when asked by my learned friend, you confirmed, in fact, that even with the Zone 5 archives, you are unsure about the authenticity of the documents in those archives. That's what you told us today, correct?
Po e kam thonë, po e për...
Yes, I said that. I'm repeating it and I've said it in my foreword that the documents I refer to and consulted that Archive 5 of the KPC were disorganized. I stated that these documents had not been verified or certified by a commission, they were not listed or ordered as per their nature or content, so these documents were disorganized in the mentioned archive. Today, I have no authority and I'm not in a position to take a position as to their authenticity or reliability. I use them, though.
Clear, thank you, sir. And now I just want to ask you a few questions about the reference you've made to Mr. Jakub Krasniqi's book. And he was not one of the persons you interviewed for your book, was he?
Io nunca come intervista.
Correct, I did not interview him. However, for us researchers, academics, the person of Jakub Krasniqi is a person with integrity, a person who enjoys respect for all the contribution he gave. And another reason why I did not interview these figures is that the axis of my book was the operational zone of a lab. And therefore, when we speak about the general staff of the KLA, I provided some information, but I was not able to provide more on that. It is a fact, though, that I read the book of Mr. Krasniqi and used it as a reference when I deemed it reasonable or that it would be of interest for the reader to refer to this book.
Spoke to him about your book, and neither did you speak to him about his own book, correct?
Poi sa, nuk im po.
That's correct. We didn't have the opportunity and we did not have a conversation.
Paul, the basis of some of the things he says in his book. Am I right?
Unë nuk e di, po
Correct, I don't. However, since this was a published book, I made reference to it.
And you also don't know, for example, which parts of Mr. Jakub Krasniqi's books are exaggerations. Am I right?
jo nuk e di.
You're right, I don't know.
Now, so you've clarified that, in fact, these interviews, as the prosecution has described it, that you've had with KLA members, you clarified that these were not interviews in the classical sense. Am I right?
Po kështu është, unë e kam.
That's right. And I have explained this in my interviews. I mentioned one occasion today. If there's a need to, I can elaborate further on this matter.
And so, in fact, you said that these were casual conversations, correct?
Can I have a reference for that, Your Honors?
Please, a reference.
Honestly, I'm looking at his interview transcript. Proofing. Your Honor, in the interest of time, maybe I'll just put it as a question instead. So, would you describe them as casual conversations that you had with former KLA members?
Bashkëbisedime po,
These were not by chance meetings. We didn't meet by chance. But again, I did not have a standard questionnaire with questions and answers. In Albanian, the word interview stands for a conversation between two or more people. I used my prior knowledge that emanated from literature I had used, and also statements, newspaper articles, and used all of this to supplement the information I had. I did not record the conversations. I did not keep a record of the conversation for me and the interlocutor to sign it at the end, and to have this dual responsibility of both persons conducting this conversation. this is why I've mentioned this repeatedly in my book, including when I mentioned it today, explaining one of my footnotes.
And so you told the prosecution, and you also mentioned it today indeed, that sometimes you would meet with several persons together. It could be 5, 6, or 7 persons, you said, present during these conversations. That's correct, isn't it?
Ka pas raste
Sometimes there were such occasions, however, those were not what I took to be the final account. As I keep saying, forgetting is quite a natural phenomenon, and omissions can be explained and have their reasons. As I said, and let me repeat it, I did not give the best from a scientific point of view, and what has emerged from the account sometimes is not as a result of mistakes being made, but because of faulty memories of a certain event.
In fact, so what you told the prosecution is that from these conversations that you would have with groups of people, you would form your own opinion of the conversation, which was then included in your book. Correct?
po e kam thonë, po e kam
Yes, I have said that. I said it in the introduction as well. I have made use of these where I had no other sources. And as a matter of fact, I mean, this did not disrupt the chronology of events regarding the development of the KLA in the lab operational zone.
You've told us today that you didn't preserve any of the notes that you took during these conversations, but you've also told the prosecution during your interview that, in fact, in some of these conversations, you didn't even take any notes at all. Correct?
Again, Your Honor, can I please have a reference? I'm trying to follow by memory, but it would be appreciated if reference can be put on the record.
Yes, Your Honor. It's from the interview transcript, part 2, page 18, lines 17 to 19.
Thank you.
So you are aware, of course, that Mr. Rustam Mustafa, he testified publicly in this court in July. You're aware of that, aren't you?
po e di.
Yes, I am.
Many, sir, either while he was testifying or later on in the press and the media?
Nuk kam pas mundësinë atë kohë.
I did not have the opportunity at the time owing to some family engagements, but some parts of it I was able to follow, yes.
And in fact, sir, Mr. Mustafa, he confirms that his interaction with you was not a proper formal interview per se, but it was just a conversation. That would have been a fair characterization of the encounter, isn't it?
Po,
Yes.
And when he testified, he said he had a conversation with you. Is it correct that he had one conversation with you?
s'm kujtohet.
I can't remember. Because so many years have elapsed, I have met him to talk about other issues, including this one.
Po, e rëndësishme është që kam bashkë.
However, what counts is that I did have a conversation with him.
So, Mr. Mustafa testified in this court that the KLA war was more propaganda than operational. Would you agree with that?
Ska comment.
I can't comment this one. I cannot comment on statements made by other people. I have no such authority to talk about what Mustafa stated here. I respect him as a commander, as my commander during the war. However, I have no standing to be able to pass judgment on his statements.
Agree with the proposition that the KLA war was more propaganda than operational.
Ska comment.
I have no comment to make.
So Mr. Mustafa also told his court that Serb enemy forces were able to enter any part of his zone if they wanted to, and the KLA could not have prevented them from entering. Would you agree with that?
Pourquoi? Mund të që po.
I can agree with it, yes.
Nëse marrë parasysh forcat
If one were to take into account their forces, the number of their forces and their equipment on the ground, yes, it is fairly understandable. Even though I would not like to pass judgment on other people's statements.
Thank you. So in that case, I want to take you to a page in your book, and that will be page 55 on the PDF of the book. That can be put on the screen. Into the English. Okay. Now, sir, in the last paragraph, where you say the KLA I beg your pardon, it's page 55 of the book. So just taking you to the last paragraph, do you see that in front of you?
po, faqe 55 është
Yes, on page 55, yes, I do see.
Coordinated attacks throughout Kosovo, and especially in Drenice, Lap, Dukajin, etc., made these areas impenetrable by the Serbian police. Do you see that, sir? And would you agree with me there's no source reference to that
Agree.
statement in your book?
Cili vjet është kjo?
Which year are we talking about, Honourable Counsel?
What you've written in your own book, sir. There's no source reference to that, is there?
Unë e shoh fjalin të
I can only see half a sentence, not its conclusion. I see it to the point where it says Dukajin and others, or etc.
një mirë që ne
Maybe we have to go to the next page for the translation, perhaps? Because the part I'm interested in is made these areas impenetrable by the Serbian police.
Yeah, Lars, the period starts from the previous page, but I would ask that the question is put into a context for the witness in terms of the time frame that counsel is referring to.
Can we fix it so he can see the sentence first?
Jon, I'm just asking him to confirm there's no...
Just a minute. He deserves to be able to see the sentence in its entirety. Can you see the whole sentence now?
Po prej fillimit të shoh, po është
I see the beginning there. However, the year is 1997, and I have difficulty following the question of counsel. All the communiques, it belongs or pertains to 1997, not 1998. However, given that I have not cited a reference, I might hesitate to guess here and give the wrong answer. That is what this is my personal opinion, which has been formulated here based on knowledge that I would have had prior to that.
So earlier today, you testified about a meeting which took place between the 18th and 20th of August, when there was a visit by the General Staff. And you have explained, sir, that this was just an officialization of the appointments. Do you recall saying that today?
po më kujtohet.
Yes, I do.
In fact, these appointments had taken place earlier. Correct?
Po nëse ka nevojë me
Yes, and if you want me to further elaborate, I can.
But my question to you is, this explanation by you that these appointments were just an officialization, that information is not included in your book, is it?
po fjala zyrtarizim u bën zyrtare.
So what I meant is that what happened was that those appointments made by the LAP Operational Zone Commander were sanctioned or had a stamp of approval.
So if you just kindly answer my question is, the explanation that you provided, that these appointments were made earlier, and this visit was just an officialization, as you described it. That explanation is not included in your book, correct?
Po nëse lexohet libri mendosh
If you read the book and peruse every single word or phrase or paragraph, this is easily understandable. You can see there that there was a meeting from the 18th to the 20th of July having to do with the appointments. If you see that in the whole context, you will be able to see it. If you read the whole thing carefully, you'll be able to see there that my view was that Commander Rostem Mustafa And you have to see this one chronologically, that he had appointed his co-fighters, his fellow fighters who had started the war in Lap. He had given them these posts. And my book suggests that on the 18th of July, these were formally appointed. He had nominated them earlier in Lap, and on the 18th of July, they were approved. He just submitted that to the delegation of the General Staff and gave them the list of names. At least that is what I see as the author of the book. That is the extent to which I can go to explain it, not any further.
So regarding this meeting, you were shown an excerpt from Mr. Jakub Krasnici's book by the learned prosecutor today, where he states in his book that during this visit, the commanding officers were appointed by the General Staff. Now, you will agree with me, sir, that that is not correct, is it? Just from what you've explained, that's not correct.
I stand by what I've written and what was said to me. The fact that I may not have commented or given my own analysis, that is understandable. The General Staff did not nominate people they had selected. They had their own criteria about the people who should have.
Ready.
Jan, if I can just repeat the question, because I
No,
don't
well,
think it's
let's move on.
understood.
We've been over this 3 times already. It's been asked and answered. He's been quite clear what his answer was. You're just arguing with him now.
Jan, if I may, I'm actually asking about Mr. Jakub's book, not his book. If I could just rephrase the question so that he can understand it. I think he's misunderstood the question.
This is the first anyone knew you were talking about Mr. Krasnici's book. But go ahead. If you have a question, ask it, but then we're not going to go over this again. He's stated what he stated. He's clarified as much as he can. That's it.
So I'm so sorry, but I'm just going to revisit this one meeting again. But I am asking you about what you were shown was written in Mr. Jakub's book, not your book. And what I'm suggesting to you is that in Mr. Jakub's book, where he states, not you, he states in his book that the visit by the commanding officers was to appoint commanders. That is not correct, because they were already appointed. And that is your evidence. Would you agree with me that what is in Mr. Jakub's book is not correct?
What I'm giving here is my view. I do not have the right to comment on something else. When the delegation from the General Staff visited the Lap operational zone, a number of people had already been nominated by or appointed by the commander of the Lap operational zone. So the General Staff only gave its sanction these appointments. I have no other comment to make. I respect Mr. Krasnici, but I don't know what he meant to say in his sentences or paragraphs. What I'm giving here is my own view that what happened was that Rustam Mustafa's decisions were sanctions, were made official.
So you're aware, aren't you, that several KLA members have gone on to write books and publications about the KLA after the war?
If I remember correctly, there are a number of those who I have used as sources, and they figure in my bibliography.
And would you agree with me that after the war, many of these KLA members who wrote books, their books were mainly to glorify the KLA. Would you agree?
Objection, Your Honor, it's unclear what books counsellor is referring to.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase the question, Mr. Witness. In fact, some of these books that have been written by KLA members after the war contained exaggerations about the KLA's actual capacity and level of organization. Would you agree with that?
I think it's the same question, Your Honor, same
It is
objection.
the same question. If you want to point out a particular book and a particular passage, you may.
So have you come across the book written by Nuhi Butici, who authored the book titled The Book of War? Have you heard of this book?
Jag nuk e kam lexuar.
No, I have not read it.
Are you aware that he testified in this court?
Po kam dëgjuar.
I have heard about it.
And during his testimony, sir, he told this court that his book was a publicity book in which he tried to raise as high as he could the values of the war and the KLA. That's how he described his own book.
Is there a question, Your Honor? Otherwise, I would have an objection as to foundation. The witness cannot be in the mind of
Is there a
someone else.
question?
It was coming. Are you aware of that, sir? That is how he described his own book?
Ja, sedi.
No, I'm not.
And also, there's another book. Did you come across the book by Haj Hairush Kutaj, titled The KLA War in Narodimi Operation Area? Hairush Kutaj.
Po?
Yes? I have heard about it.
He testified here, sir?
E di që ka thonë se kom
I know, I have not followed it.
And in his testimony, he accepted that he had embellished and amplified information in his book. And he also accepted that he had inserted his own assumptions into his book. Are you aware of that?
Objection, foundation. The witness side didn't follow. He didn't follow the testimony.
Your Honor, I think he can say that. If he didn't follow the testimony, he can say he's not aware.
Did you follow the testimony, or are you aware? Witness?
jo nuk e kam.
No, I did not follow it. Because of personal family engagements.
And did you hear, although you didn't follow the testimony, did you hear it afterwards that he had testified that in fact these books written by the KLA after the war were a continuation of the propaganda during the war? Did you hear that that was his testimony?
Po I thash se kom dëgju.
As I said, I did not hear it, no.
So I just want to ask you a few questions about some of the issues that you spoke about during your interview with the prosecution with regard to some of your other publications. And you told the prosecution when you were interviewed that you had completed a project relating to Serb genocide in Kosovo. Do you recall telling them that?
Ai projekt është në vazhdim.
It is ongoing. There is a research paper that I've worked on and that has been published. The project on genocide is a broader one which is ongoing. I am taking an active role on the genocide of the military and police, Serbian military and police forces during the war in Kosovo.
I'm not going to go into the details of your very important work, but I just wanted to clarify that you were not asked by the prosecution during your interview about the conclusions or details of this project, correct?
Ja.
No, correct.
Your publications. For the prosecution during the interview, you told them that you had completed another research piece on the Serb policy from 1844 to 1999. Do you recall you told them that during the interview?
På kom från.
Yes, yes, it has been published. It included all the Serbian plans and programs from Načrtanje in 1844. Načrtanje, a document which had planned the eviction of Albanians from their own lands, and this extends up to the Horseshoe Plan of 1999. So that research paper includes all the Serb political plans. It is a project that was published in an international publication in the English language, whose name evades me at the moment. So that includes figures about the number of Albanians who were killed, what material damage was caused over time, including the last 10 years of the 20th century, which followed the abolition of Kosovo's autonomy. So that research paper includes all the Serbian plans up to the Horseshoe operation. It includes stats on the kind of genocide exercised by Serbia against the Albanian people in Kosovo. That is why Council, the Kosovo Liberation Army, remains the most successful project of the Albanians in their history. The Kosovo Liberation Army not only waged a just and rightful war, but also a war to continue the existence of its own people on its own lands. And through that war, it managed to gain allies of the stature of NATO. The Kosovo Liberation Army created a name with the war. The Albanian nation is proud of those who founded the Kosovo Liberation Army. Those founders will always remain a beacon of hope in the history of the Albanian nation. As a researcher, it was an honor to research the activities of the KLA in the LAP operational zone.
It would be helpful if you would confine your answers to the question that is asked.
So the only thing I wanted to know from you is that during your interview, you were not asked for a copy of that publication by the prosecution, were you?
Jo, nuk më kërkoj.
No, I wasn't.
Asked about the content or conclusions of this report by you, were they? Were you?
Jo, nuk më kërkoj.
I wasn't.
Excuse me, Counselor,
And if I could add,
is it your case that they had some obligation to do that?
Your Honor, I think there is an obligation on any prosecution to investigate exonerating and incriminating information equally. and where there is information that could be relevant to context, and I don't want to say more in the presence of the witness, it is my submission that there may have been such an obligation.
There was no such obligation. Please move on.
So during your interview, you told the prosecution, and I'm going to be reading from your interview transcript. That's interview transcript part 2 at page 15. You told them, and I quote, "The most powerful emotional moment in my life during the war is the moment when we withdrew the wounded persons from one area to another. And even today, I hear the voices of the wounded when we took them from one area, part of the area of lab operative zone, to another part." And so just to answer my question only, without giving any other detail, is, can you confirm, sir, that you were not asked to elaborate on this by the SPO interviewer? In fact, the interviewer didn't pause to ask you any further questions, but immediately moved on to another different topic, which was on training. Am I right?
I was not asked any more questions. However, I mentioned this because to me this was one of the operations which I partially led with other soldiers to carry the wounded. It is a fact, though, that when I remember those moments, over 70 soldiers wounded, I am very proud that we managed to save all of them and not leaving them behind in the hands of the Serbian forces. It was an honor to lead this operation with other prominent figures like Fatmir Humoli and Ayub Macedonci. And now that you're taking me back to those moments, which is unpleasant to me because these are hard emotions and make us feel bad. And this is not an isolated case. There are other occasions, like the massacre that occurred.
We have to keep within the time frame that we have. More important questions are yet to be asked. You cannot fill the time with your statements, all right? Go ahead, and there was really nothing very relevant about your question either.
Perhaps
So
we
go
can leave
ahead.
that for submissions, Your Honor, but those were my questions. Mr. Witness, thank you very much for your patience in answering my questions.
Thank you.
Faleminderit.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, a few
Go ahead.
questions. Yes. First of all, witness, just as we stay with what counsel was asking you about the genocide project, I just want to clarify for the record what your answer was. And this was at page 9 of SPO, of the second part of the SPO interview, which is now in evidence SP 1545.2. In discussing this project, you said, lines 11 to 17, this is a project initiated, launched by the Institute in reference to the one related to the Serb genocide. However, we haven't started effectively working, and we've been assigned the task, as I mentioned. You remember that? That you were still ongoing with that project at the time the SPO interview was conducted. I'm reading from the interview.
Yes, if we're talking about 2020, right? Yes.
Now, I go back to some other questions that you were asked today by the Thaçi defense on methodology and also some by the Krasniqi defense. You were asked questions including whether, for example, your book represents your opinion and interpretation of the events in the Lap zone, this was a transcript, temporary transcript, page 59, and whether you tried to glorify the KLA war efforts in the LAP zone. This was, for example, a transcript, page 60, as well as some references to that later. I will call up the same page, page 305 of your book, that is SPOE 00055979, that was put to you by the Thaçi Council, Defense Council. And again, this is a page from the conclusion of your book, which was shown to you earlier. Now, I'm going back to the middle part of the page, where you describe your goal or purposes in writing the book. I will read that line specifically. The goal of this paper is to investigate, analyze, and study the birth, expansion, organization, strategy, and war of the KLA in the LAP zone, to throw light on, preserve, and present that to the public in the most objective way, a part of the history of the KLA struggle in the LAP zone. Do you still stand by those words?
Yes, I've said this repeatedly, what my aim was.
Suffice, thank you. I also want to clarify, to go back to a clarification about accuracy that you gave during the SPO interview and then during the preparation session again. And in the SPO interview, the reference is to part 2, that is P1545.2, page 5 of the English, lines 5 to 9 exactly. There's no need to bring them up, but that's just for the record. Now, you were asked if you tried to be as accurate as possible when you wrote the book, to which you replied, certainly. And my question is, do you still stand by those words?
I do stand, but not through imposing on me to answer by yes or no. You're limiting me in my answers. I've said this before, I've said this in the foreword, afterword, that it was impossible. I am aware that I didn't do my best. I did not present it the best way I could, but I am very proud for having been entrusted by my fellow co-fighters to write a part of the history of the KLA in the LAP operational zone. I am aware of the scientific critique, the omissions, but I know that no scientific person can present a complete work. I have the right as a researcher to analyze.
Accusation in my questions. It was just whether you were confirming what the words I read to you. To give you a further chance to clarify, to be more specific, as you said, during the preparation session, you were also asked to explain in which way you tried to be as accurate as possible. And you said, and now I'm reading from the preparation note that was read back to you, and that is P1551, paragraph 23. And you said, follow what I'm saying. We have no Albanian translation of that, so please listen to my words into the headset. So you said, you were asked in which way you tried to be as accurate as possible in writing your book. And you explained that, first of all, you were very patient as you compared and verified facts and events from many sources. You did not interpret the information received, but simply stated facts and events as they were said to you, for example, in the interviews or conversation, as we want to call them, with Kele commanders. And you cross-reference that information with documents and other written sources. This was the explanation you gave when you were asked to clarify what accuracy has meant to you in your book. And my question is, do you still stand by those words, by that explanation?
I don't have the professional or personal right to dispute or deny something that has been confirmed by all these co-fighters. We fought the war in Kosovo against the fascist regime which had installed the colonial power and regime in Kosovo. Had I given a reporter's opinion, that would have been something different.
Ask you to question other people's words. I think that's how you put it. I just ask you to confirm whether, in fact, the explanation you gave as to how you tried to be as accurate as possible in your book, and that I read to you, still stands, is what you told us, is what you did indeed.
I'm trying to say it. I stand by that because these are data that I obtained from my co-fighters. I don't have the professional or moral right to make comments or opinions on what they stated to me or in other interviews.
Thank you very much. That was the extent of my redirect, and thank you, witness, for answering these further questions.
Witness, that concludes your testimony in this trial. We thank you for being with us. We thank you for sharing your information with us. And you will be released now, and you can leave the courtroom with our thanks, and we wish you well. You may leave now. Thank you.
Have a good day.
So we will begin with the next witness tomorrow morning, rather than trying to squeeze in too much this afternoon. Thank you all for your comments and your contributions, and we will see you tomorrow at 9. We are adjourned until then.
All rise.